I would ask everyone's patience this evening on as we go through this. We've had one session on our new machines, and there will undoubtedly be delays as we figure out the best way to use this new system. So with that, let's call to order. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
I've found the right screen. Mr. Bauer?
Here.
Mr. Birch?
Here.
Mr. Klayman?
Here.
Mr. Coffey?
Here.
Ms. Johnston? Here. Ms. Osiander? Dr. Selcraig?
Here.
Mr. Starr?
Here.
Mr. Sullivan? Here. Mr. Teshi?
Here.
Mr. Trainee?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
All right. I don't have my list of Pledge of Allegiance, so I'll ask my Vice Chair, Ms. Osiander, to lead us in the pledge, please. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have some minutes, Ms. Osiander. Can I have a second? Remember, folks, moved and seconded. Ms. Osiander, you should hit first motion. Who seconded it? Okay, stop. We have two ways now of motion and second. It's for recording purposes. Ms. Osiander pushed first motion. I have Ms. Johnson who hit the button first and somebody else who hit the voice box first. We'll take Ms. Johnston this time to save everyone time. So, on the minutes, are there any, please remember, if you want to speak, Ms. Selcraig, you're in the box.
Yes, I'd like to make some corrections on page 6 and, for the January 29th meeting. And on line 56, it says Dr. Selcraig declared, and we should insert after the word a, we should insert in a potential conflict. And then on line 56, it says Dr. Selcraig abstaining, and we should delete due to a conflict of interest. Because
on line 65.
I'm 65, thank you.
Okay. So, is there a second for that one? Second. Is there objection? There's no objection to those amendments. Let the minutes reflect that changes. Is there any other changes, additions, deletions? Seeing none, is there any objection to the approval of these minutes as amended? They're approved. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Mayor's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple items I'd like to pass out if I can. First is the February 2008 Denina Civic and Convention Center report, and kind of gives you, again, kind of where we're at with that. Maybe I can ask Mr. Abbott to just put that out there. Obviously, the good news is it's on schedule and within budget, and very exciting as it continues to move forward. One other document I'd like to hand out. This is just a snapshot. If you recall, we have two prosecutors working in the U.S. Attorney's Office as a partnership that we use local tax dollars as well as a small federal grant, and we're in partnerships with the U.S. Attorney's Office, Nelson Cohen over there, and it's focused on the issue of drugs, gangs, and guns. And this just gives you, again, a quick snapshot. There's plenty more that we have dealt with over the last year, but you can see many of these individuals are getting, for the first time, real sentences because we're moving them through the federal system rather than the state system. And if you notice there, several 5 years for distributing crack, 5 years for manufacturing, 7 years for distributing crack, 17 and a half years drug trafficking, conspiracy, possessing firearms, 5 years, 10 months, 13 years. We're getting real good prosecution, and this is really the effort of the two city prosecutors that work over in the U.S. Attorney's Office in a partnership agreement, and the word is clearly getting out into the community that we're serious about it. With these types of crimes, we're moving them to federal, bypassing the state system because this has much more stringent penalties, and we're clearly getting our money's worth. And I wanted to give you, there'll be a bigger report, probably about 2 more weeks for the whole year because we'll be in full year operation. One other report, if I can, all this IT people are watching your electronics, so I'll give them this, but this gives you, you usually ask about this time kind of how did the appeals go for the tax assessments that went out. the appeal time period has ended. And if you'll look, appeals are down fairly significantly, I would say about 15-18% from last year. That's a good sign. I think a lot of people recognize the valuations. We've figured that at this point in our 3-4-year plan that we'd finally get to close to market on everything, and I think that's what you're seeing here. This is just a snapshot. The reason you see those additional weeks, that's because some are still mail-in and some had started a process in between the appeal period, and so they get an extra 30 days to complete that. That's what you'll see here. Very few will trickle in, but that's just a quick snapshot. The last item is not to pass out, but just a note. We have had now our second confirmed, and I hope I get this right, Jim, but confirmed scofflaw impoundment, and the defendant today, and I'll just read it here, the defendant today has already paid his $2,412 to clear all his delinquent fines going back to 2003. He even faxed confirmation of the receipt. So as we move forward on this new law, we're getting results, and that's an example of one. So just wanted to give you some public safety updates and a couple other items, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair's report is next.
Mr. Coffey?
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. Yes. I'm sorry. Nobody pushed in the queue. There we go. Mr. Trainee, then Mr. Birch.
Mr. Mayor, quick question on the list you gave us from the U.S. Attorney's Office. Who has to pay the jail time? Are we charged? For example, if somebody goes away 13 years, who picks up the bill for that jail time?
That's federal prosecution.
So we're completely exonerated from any fees?
Yeah, they go off to someplace down in the lower 48.
I don't care where they go. I just want to make sure we're not paying for it.
Yeah, no, this is actually probably the best deal going. Jim might remind me, I want to say our total in cost, including the federal grant, is around $350,000, is it? About $350,000 a year, which we pay about 60% of that or 40%, somewhere right in there. So our cost, for this program is small for the benefit we're getting. The best part is we're getting real sentences here. In a lot of these, and again, Jim, correct me, there's no time off for good behavior, and you're going. 5 years, goodbye.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to see who was paying the bill.
Yeah, you bet.
Appreciate it.
Good question, Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Birch.
Just a question on the MOA appeals by week. I assume they're not cumulative, but I just noticed that you have 973 on week 11, 973 on week 12.
No, this is cumulative. Yes, this is cumulative. So the total amount of appeals we received to date is 794.
Oh.
Very small when you think of 93,000 parcels in our community.
Oh, I see. And whether they're resolved or not,
That's not here yet. This shows you what's come in, and now they'll go through a process between now and I want to say April, May, about 90 days worth of appeal process, and they'll be heard if they get heard. Some decide not to go forward, but that's 794 total. That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Klayman.
Just briefly on federal prosecutions, there was always a comment we used to hear years ago about let's not make a federal case out of it, but this is a perfect example of why it does make sense to make a federal case out of it from time to time, and I think this has been a good thing for public safety in the community, and I applaud the efforts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klayman, and we'll have some more news probably in a couple of weeks. I think you'll be very impressed with how your support and the community's interest in this is paying off big time.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
As far as those appeals, does that count the ones that come to the counter? And I know there's a lot done right there at the counter.
No, these are the formal appeals that go through the process, and we do have counter resolution as well as, I think, our website hits that we keep track of. And we don't have those here, but we do two processes. One is we like to keep track of how many websites. Look at that. I happen to have something I'd be happy to pass out.
Gee.
Just to give you we've had a lot less, matter of fact, website hits this year. Our total so far in the comparable, not a lot less, I should say, but comparable months is, as you see the numbers there, just a little shy of what 07s were. And then what happens is at the counter, there are several that are resolved or they're resolved over the phone. Those are the kind of numbers we can get to you, but usually if the appeals overall are down, then the counter resolutions are down, meaning we're not getting the flow coming in. It's a good indicator, the web as well as that first document I passed out. This is actually one of our most popular sites, this comparables. People like to see what their property is worth, then they like to see what their neighbor's property is worth, and other things.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would note something. Over about a 5-year period, we have accomplished the goals of not requiring the citizens to suffer a financial loss to challenge their assessment by refunding the money, provided they go through the process. And we have also allowed them to, we've avoided the cost to the local government of having hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of appeals filed simply because people were angry. So as far as I know, Mr. Mayor and others, I think we've gotten to the point where we have a very good system that allows people to challenge it legitimately, not have to pay to do it if provided they go through the process, and the result is a vast improvement over time, and I think both the administration and this body are were responsible for that, and I think it's a good thing.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to echo, I agree with you. And the other piece to it is hundreds. It was actually thousands.
Thousands, yes.
Yeah, it was 3,000 to 4,000 they'd file, and they just jam up the system, and then half would never show up after citizens that you appointed and we asked to be on it would sit there, get all prepared, ready to go. No one shows up, and it was really a disservice to the community that volunteered to serve in those capacity of tax reviewers.
And as you know, we just reappointed people and appointed some new people to the Board of Equalization, and from discussions with the chair, she's been there quite some time, and she was very pleased with the law and the effect of the law. And it's really, what happens now is appeals that are really of merit for discussion come there, and others do not. And I thank you for having a counter staff that also solves them pretty quickly, Mr. Mayor. My chair's report is not nearly is much more mundane. We've got spring break coming up. I will note that the meeting on the 18th of March and the 25th of March, which falls right around both sides of spring break, will be busy meetings. So people just need to keep that in mind as they plan their time off with their kids and otherwise. So it's given the school budget and all the other things we have to do in that time frame, there's little choice, but just keep it in mind. That's number one. Number two, I don't have anything else. That's it. Let's go. That's enough from me. Committee report. Oh, on that? Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
I haven't really had the opportunity to talk to you, Mr. Chairman, about setting a date for a work session on the recycling program that the administration wants to put forth.
Yeah.
And there were some emails floating back and forth. I wondered if we could set that date now. What was suggested was a Thursday work session prior to spring break.
No, Ms. Osiander, let's have a conference afterwards. You and I can set that without discussion. I know about various conflicts with various people. Let's save the scheduling of work sessions for a discussion rather than here. Thank you. Okay. Anything else on what I had to say? Nothing? Okay. Committee reports. Mr. Klayman, Public Safety.
The Public Safety Committee met last week, and we had a presentation both from, it was an officer from Fort Richardson and from the police department talking about collaborative efforts with the police department and military police, particularly at that one of the most interesting features was that when we have a large number of troops that come back from Iraq and other parts overseas, that there's a real concern about public safety and making sure when folks go to the bars that there's some efforts to keep them from having too much to drink. And so you'll have police officers from the military bases right along with the Anchorage police and sometimes go in the bars and assist with getting people to go back to the base and getting rides back so people aren't driving while intoxicated. And it's been a very successful effort in terms of helping our troops come back to the community and not get in conflicts that cause problems for everyone else, and helps us really embrace their return in a more positive way. And there were generally, I think, hearing both from the military police and from Anchorage police was very useful. So that was a good meeting and recommended to everyone. Sorry you couldn't attend. Then we're meeting next Wednesday, the 5th of March, a topic yet to be determined.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Klayman. Mr. Bauer, anything from committee?
No report from the Audit Committee.
Okay. From Mr. Birch, anything from your committee?
No report from the Legislative Committee or the ML&P Chugach Merger Committee. I would note that as reported at last meeting, we've got about a 60-day window here where the leadership of Chugach and MLP are looking to what they might be able to do to merge and run their operations more efficiently. Thank you.
Ms. Selcraig?
I had a comment after Mr. Clayman's presentation, and I just think in our new system.
Please.
Yeah,
I missed you. My fault.
That's no problem. I just wanted to comment on how pleased I think we can be that we've got such close coordination with the military in terms of supporting troops that are getting back, and what a big issue that is for our community. And that I'm just really appreciative not only for the police department's cooperation, but also for the military's cooperation. And I just think it's one piece of many things that we're, I think, working on to make this a good place to come home to.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston, but before you give any report, I understand there's a new addition to your family, and we can start calling you Grandma. Please enlighten us.
Yeah, it's amazing. At 25, I'm a grandmother.
Yeah, it's really something, isn't it?
Yes,
Well?
we had a new little grandson, and his name is Lachlan Ross Johnston, so he's actually a Peruvian, because his mother's Peruvian, with a Scottish name. So we feel he's an all-American child.
There you go. Well,
And we'll add
congratulations.
to the school district rolls in 5 or 6 years.
There you go. Thank you. Now, do you have anything from the school district committee?
No, we're just in the process of reviewing the budget, and we'll be sharing that with you.
Okay. Ms. Osiander from Title 21.
Well, I'm very pleased that tonight on the agenda we're introducing chapters 4, 5, and 6. The thing that is also, I think, of high interest to people, the economic impact analysis. I passed out to you a schedule of when that document will be available, when the public meeting, I'll announce actually, the public meeting on the economic impact analysis will be Thursday, March 20th, down at the training room at the Planning and Development Center. Looks funny to see it called Elmore Street, but there it is, Elmore Street. And then our committee will be joining with a full assembly work session on that topic on the 21st. As you know, the economic impact analysis of this whole thing has been heavily discussed and anticipated, and we're sure that it will have a lot of impact on the work that we've done in the past. So our committee's continuing to meet every Thursday morning. Everybody's welcome to come, 9:30 to 11:30 down at the Planning Department. We are basically almost done with specific recommendations on Chapter 4, and then we'll be moving into 5. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Starr, Budget and Audit. Budget and Finance.
Well, we have our agenda set, but no meeting dates selected, kind of waiting to see how work sessions and things are going to play out. So once I have that date set, it'll be late March.
Okay. Mr. Sullivan, Elections, which we're about to have one.
No report, sir.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Trainee or Mr. Teshi? Mr.
Just,
Trainee?
we had a meeting Monday of the Western Municipal Conference. I'm vice chairman of it. We have 20 states involved in this teleconference, trying to set what the agenda should be for our meeting coming up in D.C. relative to the Western states. I'll give you a brief on that once I come back from D.C.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. We have next the addendum to the agenda. Thank you. Thank you. Which I got. You did. Well, does she need, let's ask that. Madam Clerk, does she need to push the, sure she does, because we have a discussion on the items.
Yes.
Okay. Of course, here we go. Thank you. I'll read the addendum to the record, which we're required to do. Number 9B3, Resolutions for Action. Resolution AR 2008-32, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly authorizing the administration to negotiate security services contracts to provide for the presence of armed personnel on duty at Anchorage Municipal Assembly meetings. It's introduced by Assembly Member Trainee. 9D34, Assembly Memorandum AM 150-2008, Cooperative Purchase Award to the Blomfield Company for furnishing traffic, marking, paint, and beads to the municipality of Anchorage. This comes from the Traffic Department. It's in the amount of $182,619.30 and comes through purchasing. 9D35, Assembly Memorandum AM 152-2008, Amendment Number 5 to Purchase Order Number 241366 to KPMG LLP to perform the 2007 Independent Financial Statement Audit federal single audit, and state single audit for the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Assembly. It is in the amount of not to exceed $265,000. Finally, item 9, there's two more items. 9F7 is a resolution AR 2008-33, a resolution appropriating a grant in the amount of $113,440 from the State of Alaska, Division of Alaska State Troopers, appropriating $2,390 as a contribution from the Department of Law 2008 operating budget fund to the State Categorical Grant Fund for administering the Anti-Gang Initiative Program. Public hearing is on 3/18/08. It's accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 151-2008. We have an appearance request by Aaron Selberg regarding municipal ethics issues in current city elections, and by Mr. Darrell Hess with regard to the police operations and presence in Fairview. Okay. Is there anything anyone wants to lay on the table? Ms. Selcraig, then Mr. Trainee. Mike?
Procedural question. The first resolution that you read in, 2008-32, what was the number on that? The resolution by the municipal to negotiate security.
9B3, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't have your addendum. It's 9B3.
Thank you.
I thought you meant the number of the resolution. I was going to say you just read the number of the resolution, 2008. It's 9B3.
Okay.
Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, I've got this AR in front of me, AR 2008-35. I want to add that to the agenda for tonight. This is the one dealing with widows and widowers of individuals killed in the line of duty in the military.
Okay. That's been moved. Is there you're moved to incorporate it into the addendum?
Yes, sir.
Please read the title.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly requesting the Municipal Assessor's Office to prepare recommended requirements for determining eligibility and application procedures in anticipation of amendments to Alaska Statute 29.45.050 Municipal Code Chapter 12.15, allowing property tax exemption for property owned and occupied by the primary residence and a permanent place of abode by the widow or widower of a member of the armed forces killed in combat.
Second.
Mr. Chairman?
Hang on. It's been moved and seconded, and it's just to incorporate into the agenda. Ms. Selcraig?
And I would like to be listed as a co-sponsor.
Fine. Anyone else? Madam Clerk, you got Ms. Selcraig as a co-sponsor?
Oh, she already is.
Oh.
The one.
Yes, you're already there, Mr. Trainee, and you were there.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Fine. Thank you. We move on. I have, is that it, Mr. Trainee?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That is 9B5, 9 Bravo 5.
Thank you, sir.
The next is item, Ms. Johnston has an item up. Go ahead.
I'd like to move to incorporate a resolution, 2008-34, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of the Alaska Municipal League's effort requesting the 25th legislature to pass Senate Bill number 72, entitled An Act Relating to the Community Revenue Sharing Program, and provide for an effective date.
Okay. It's without objection, it be incorporated. That's item 9B Bravo 4. I have another item from, oh, wait a second. Sorry, folks, excuse me a moment. Yes, where is it? Yeah. Thank you. I have it. It's, Ms. Osiander, would you move this? Thank you.
Add to the agenda a resolution supporting the Kincaid Project Group's improvements to Kincaid Park.
AR 2008-36. Is there a second to incorporate?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to incorporate. That is there objection? Seeing none, that is incorporated into the addendum. So we have 3 items that have been laid on the table. We have another one?
9B6.
What did I say?
I don't know. I'm just referring.
Oh, 9B6. Okay. I'm sorry. I have in front of me an ordinance regarding exclusive utility easement. That's in the addendum already? No. Mr. Mayor?
It's not currently on the addendum. We'd appreciate its inclusion.
Okay, that's 9F8. Can I have a motion and to incorporate in? Yeah, you got it. Go ahead. Sorry.
Move
Yes.
to introduce and
No, just incorporate it. Then we'll introduce it.
Pardon me?
If someone wants to pull it from the consent agenda, you don't want to introduce it at a time, you want to incorporate it into the addendum. That takes 2 votes to incorporate.
Thank you. Move
Thank
to add to the agenda an ordinance authorizing a non-exclusive utility easement to ACS cable systems across HLB parcels 4033A, 4033B, and 4034 for installation of a fiber optic cable and related facilities.
Second.
Thank you. Without objection, that will be incorporated. I thank you for that. Ms. Osiander? Mr. Sullivan?
Just so you know, I think Mr. Trainee beat Ms. Osiander, and it shows him as the mover.
I yield to Mr.
Okay. You got to have quick lips and quick fingers to get in here.
What number is this?
9F8. Thank you. 9F8.
And then what's the number after 2008?
We don't have it numbered yet. Madam Clerk, will we have a 2008-something soon, or will that be later?
Tomorrow.
All right. I have a suggested revisions to AM 130, but that will come up when we bring that up.
Right.
Is there anything else to lay on the table for incorporation into the addendum? Is there any objection to the, the inclusion of the addendum into the agenda? I see none. The consent agenda is now before us. Anything anybody wishes to pull from the consent agenda, starting with Mr. Teshi.
Could I be simply listed as a co-sponsor on 9B3?
9 Bravo 3. Madam Clerk, can you add Mr. Teshi as a co-sponsor?
And that's it, Mr. Chairman.
I don't think so. Okay. Anybody, that's it then, Mr. Trainee? Anything to pull?
Nothing, sir.
Mr. Sullivan?
No items, sir.
Mr. Starr? Ms. Osiander?
On the regular agenda, 9 Delta 15
9 Delta 15 on the regular agenda.
and 9 Delta 18.
9 Delta 18 on the regular agenda.
Yes, sir.
That's it?
Yes.
Ms. Johnston? No. Mr. Birch?
No items.
Mr. Bauer?
On the regular agenda, 9 Delta 13.
9 Delta 13 on the regular agenda.
That's it.
Ms. Selcraig?
On the addendum, 9B3,
9 Bravo 3 on the addendum.
and on the, and then on the regular agenda, 9E1.
9 Echo 1 on the regular agenda, page 4. Okay. Anything else? No. Mr. Clayman?
It's already been pulled 9 Delta 18, but I need to declare a potential conflict on that.
Okay, when we get there. Administration? Anything to pull?
Yeah, we have 2 items on the regular agenda, item 9 Delta 5 and item 9 Delta 9.
9 Delta 5 and 9 from the administration.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, that's it. Anything else from anybody before we go on? Okay. We have already made a motion to approve the consent agenda, and Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready to vote on the consent agenda. I'm sorry.
We need to have somebody to make a motion and a second on the consent. We need to
Okay, let's just do it. There we go.
Yeah.
Ms. Selcraig moved the consent.
Move to
Mr.
approve.
Craney did it. Okay, now we can start voting. Unless there's there's not any discussion. Let's start voting. Okay, vote on the remainder of the consent agenda, and that includes the addendum which was incorporated,
Except for those things that were pulled, sir.
except for those things that were pulled. Thank you very much. That's true.
Mr. Starr? Yeah.
Okay. There we go. As is usual, those items are passed unanimously. That brings us to the 9 Bravo 3. Ms. Selcraig, you pulled that?
Yes, move to approve.
Second.
It seems to me that this is an important step for us, and that at least it merits some discussion. And I guess I'll start. I teach at the university, and there's been kind of serious
Pardon me for
events.
interrupting you.
Yes.
You moved. Can you
sure.
push move? Can you do it on your
sure.
thing?
Sorry.
And now we need a second. Oh, Mr. Clayman?
I tried to do second, and I hit first.
Okay, start again. Go ahead. Ms. Selcraig, Mr. Trainee, please. It's done. It's in front of us. Go ahead, Ms. Selcraig.
I think this is an important item. It merits a little discussion. Basically, it proposes that our guards will start carrying guns in our public meetings. And as somebody who is disappointed that guns are allowed in public meetings in terms of citizens bringing them here, I find this kind of a hard step to take. My hunch is I'm going to end up supporting it, but I at least want to address the troublesome atmosphere we're creating as we keep adding guns to the room. First of all, I'm sorry we're in a situation where people are going to be in this room with guns in their pockets or sit behind here with guns in their pockets. It seems to me that guns are not an appropriate element in a public meeting. But that said, and with the kind of events that we've seen in this community and in other communities in terms of people's behaviors that are random and violent, my hunch is that I'm going to vote for this. But I have to say that I wish that the overarching decisions that we've made about the availability of guns could be reevaluated, because I think it's a shame to kind of ratchet up the tension in the room. So anyhow, I'm interested in other people's comments. Thank you.
Well, you're about to get them. I have the mayor, then Mr. Bauer, Mr. Klayman. Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, I actually punched in earlier, but I wanted to make sure we recognize any boards and commission appointments that might have been done on the consent, and I'm desperately looking for my list, but I wanted to cut in before you got into this discussion.
You don't want to talk about guns? What's
well,
the matter?
that will come in
well,
time.
If no, without objection from the body, it's nice to recognize I seem to be unable to remember to do this. The mayor is always able to remember to do this. So if anyone was appointed to a board or commission, we'd like to have you come forward, and we'd like to thank you for your service. So if anyone here was just appointed, please come forward. Here we are.
Just come on up, say your name and what board. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, you're right. You should just remind me earlier. Throw something my way, Mr. Mayor.
I pushed this new button thing here, and
it works like the old button.
Am I lit up over there?
It's got an automatic delete for the mayor.
Look,
here we go. Here we go. Please. Hi. Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly, Mayor's Office. My name is Sam O'Connor, and I was reappointed to the Public Safety Advisory Commission.
Thank you for your service, Sam.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Louise Hoyer, and I'm asking for a term on the HLB board.
Thank you.
Good evening. Wisteria Ward, being appointed to the Advisory Commission for the Boys and Girls Club.
Good.
Marjorie Cord, appointed to the Advisory Commission for the, excuse me, I'm nervous, for the Mountain View Recreational Club. Excuse me. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Melissa Rodriguez, and I've also been appointed to the Commission Advisory Board for the Mountain View Rec Center.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rashad McGraw, I'm not even going to try to repeat what they just said, but I'm with the Mountain View Boys and Girls Club and Community Recreation Center.
Good. Thank you.
Valerie Buffone, appointed to the Bidding Review Board.
Thank you.
And I just won't go away. Jewel Jones, on the Mountain View Boys and Girls Club Advisory Board as an advisor.
Thank you. And we keep appointing you to things, or mayors do, so you're stuck. Okay. Thank you. We very much appreciate the service. All of us do. Okay. Okay, Mr. Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought maybe I'd just throw out a few comments on this. I don't care either way whether we have armed guards in our meetings or in the City Hall. In order to put this come into light for our area, I was just wondering if we have any counts of threat calls to elected officials or to public employees. Do we have some kind of statistics, and how do we handle situations like that? Because I think that's the big premise for pushing this, is that there's been threats to officials in the past, and I wonder if the administration has any statistics on that.
Now, everybody who was on the list to speak all went away. So if you want to speak, you got to queue back in. I don't know why.
Point of information.
Yes.
There are people who want to speak on the boards and commissions.
Well, I didn't. Well, I'm sorry for that as well. And we'll get this down better. I have Mr. Bauer, Mr. Klayman, Mr. Traney, and Ms. Selcraig on the guns. Yes?
On the guns?
This was not on the guns. I wanted to comment on the boards and commissions. But that's okay. It's not essential, and I'm not.
Okay.
We're learning.
Then I will highlight you, and I will delete you. No, I won't. I will highlight you. I can't delete you. Delete
I can
yourself.
delete myself.
Thank you. Yes.
But maybe you could call on me and I
Okay.
could make my comment.
I will try, Ms. Selcraig, on everyone. Mr. Bauer, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just quickly just want to know if, from the administration, if we have any statistics or data on threats to elected officials or public employees. I heard many comments that from the administration that they're wary of some folks that walk into City Hall. So I was wondering, as a first question, if we have any data on that. And how do we handle that, too, that situation? How does the police handle that?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bauer, we do not have any statistics that keep account of the encounters that we've had with folks that we've been concerned about. They range from folks that are simply upset with city government for what's going on with them. Jim Reeves can tell you some particularly difficult stories about what we get in the vehicle impound business, which brings an awful lot of unhappy people to City Hall on a regular basis. Similarly, the mayor's office and the assessor's office and a lot of other places get folks. There have been a number of cases, several every year since I've been working in City Hall, where we have called APD and we have needed their assistance to deal with folks that have been there and that have generated a concern for the personal safety of our staff and of the rest of the public in the building with us. So, yes, there have been circumstances where we have felt the need to bring armed individuals into the building to deal with a potential hazard.
And I know there's an ordinance, I think there is an ordinance, I'm pretty sure there's an ordinance about threats against elected officials. Am I correct on that? I'm pretty sure there is.
I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. And I was just curious to, where the need is that we'd have to move towards armed guards in our buildings. And I know because we're citing, or the sponsor is citing the Kirkwood incident, but if we look at that incident, 2 police officers were killed right away, as well as some officials. I wondered how much more that would help us if we had armed guards in here. I think, if anything, you want to work towards a physical security aspect as opposed to armed guards. Is the administration planning any type of security assessment of needs in the City Hall and in the Assembly, if that's the threat there?
We've done some physical security work at City Hall. We've had APD and our security contractor evaluate some physical security enhancements that could be done. At this point, they're deemed cost prohibitive. We're looking at things that are somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million. These would be things that would restrict access to City Hall, restrict access to the 8th floor and some of the other sort of high-energy spaces in City Hall. But at this time, because of cost and generally because of our desire to keep City Hall as accessible as possible, we have not pursued those physical security changes.
Right. Well, you hit on my sentiments also, and I just hope that there's not a mistrust or distrust in government, and for folks that won't have a fear to come into City Hall or into the Assembly because there's a threat of armed conflict or armed violence. But thank you for the answers.
Mr. Bauer, Mr. Klayman.
One other question for the mover. I'm a little unclear where training comes in terms of folks with guns that are in positions of security. Who's going to be responsible for the training, and what's going to be the budget impact of doing this? 2 questions, really.
No problem. I will assume that the administration puts it into the upcoming contract that they're firearms qualified, so they would have to get the training they need to be qualified to carry a weapon on duty. We looked at this last time, and there's a cost associated with doing this. There's also a human cost in not doing it. We discussed this about 2 years ago, and I think Mike Abbott may remember that. So,
does the administration have anything to add to that response about costs and so on? And I know from our discussions you guys were planning something as well. Go ahead, Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, until we get the bids back from the contractor, we're not sure what the costs will be. It's our intent to fund this additional service without a budget increase. If the costs exceed our sort of expectations, then we'll be back during the first quarter budget revision process.
Thank you. And just for everyone's information, the mayor, Mr. Abbott, Ms. Osiander, and I, at our usual Monday morning meeting of about, 3, maybe 4 weeks ago, this item was discussed. The request from the administration was basically that we share this expense on a pro rata basis. In other words, the administration has coverage 5 days out of the week. We have one night a week. And Ms. Osiander and I said, well, that's fine. We understand the concerns and the need, and we're prepared to respond. Of course, it will take, we'll see what happens. And then Mr. Trainey's motion came, what's before us, the resolution, came subsequent to that meeting. That's just background, folks. Okay. Anything else? I have Mr. Clayman.
Is the anticipation that if this was approved, that we are essentially ordering the administration to get a contractor that has firearms certified, and does that mean that every guard, both in the building and at the meeting, would be armed in the future? Or would there be some discretion? They could have certain meetings they would have armed guards and certain meetings they wouldn't.
Mr. Trainey, can you answer that?
I would assume that for Otis, he would be armed, and whoever we have here will be armed too. That's up to the administration. But my intention of doing this was to get us involved in this decision process, not just by mayors that come and mayors that go. I want us to make the conscious decision. This is what we want to accomplish.
And my other question, and this is more for the police chief, I know there are some security services in town that have armed guards and others that don't. Have there been any history of problems in the police being integrating and interfacing effectively with the security services that have armed guards versus unarmed guards?
Through the chair, Mr. Clayman, no, there hasn't been any history where we've had any problems. Our main concern is that whoever is carrying a firearm is appropriately trained and understands the response to resistance continuum, and they understand when they should and should not use lethal force.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mr. Trainey next.
Thank you. I was talking to Otis this last week, and Ms. Osiander was with me. And he has a folder of about 25 photos of individuals that he has to go on high alert if they show up into that building. Now, Otis is a big guy. I think we can all agree with that. Unfortunately, he can't stop somebody that's armed from doing harm to individuals in City Hall or here. We had a night, Bruce, how long was it ago? About 4 years ago? I was running this meeting. Guy walked up and said, "Are you the SOB of the drunk driving law?" I said, "Yeah, why?" He says, "I got something in this sack for you." Reached in, and both security guards backed away from him because you were not sure what this man was going to take out of his sack. The problem is, without security, we end up like Kirkland. The time to deal with this is now, not after somebody is dead in this chambers. I'm sorry that we've got a society like this, but this has gone back to the beginning of America. If you take a look at when Andrew Johnson was running for vice president, numerous occasions, he had to bring a gun and put it on the podium because there was somebody there to shoot him. It is American society, and we live with it. This is a measure to stop this from happening by having our guards armed, because Bruce doesn't have any magic wand. If there's somebody here that wants to cause mayhem, he just has to pick up and clean up the remains. So I want to make sure this gets passed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Selcraig.
I'm not sure that I see the world exactly like Mr. Trainey. I can remember growing up in this community, and it was quite America, and it was quite rugged, and it was quite independent. But at that time, it was illegal to bring a gun to a public place. People didn't carry guns in the restaurants. And I think that what we're dealing with here is a response to this sense that everybody ought to pack a rod. And I think that we're well beyond that in terms of our civilization in other ways. So I'm really disappointed that we've got this problem before us. And I have a few questions for the Chief, if you don't mind.
Chief, if you could.
First, Chief, I'm sorry to continually kind of put you on the spot in these kind of questions, and I'm interested from your perspective, would you feel that a guard in this room actually improves our safety, or is there another approach? I mean, would a private guard, or would we be better off to really look at this as a police activity that we need to undertake?
Through the chair, Ms. Selkrig, as long as that individual is appropriately trained, certainly I think it's appropriate in the way our society is today. That's no reflection on the capabilities of the police department, but I'd rather not have my officers in here when they should be out on the street. That's the first thing. The other thing is we have conducted security surveys of City Hall. We've done 2 at least in the last 4 years that I'm aware of. We're very conscious of this. This is not a surprise, and this is happening across the country. This conversation is happening across the country.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I have a question for the administration. It's my understanding that you were exploring these issues in some way. Does this ordinance address the approach that you were considering, or what were you thinking of in terms of your options for increasing security for the Assembly and for City Hall?
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Selkrig, the resolution is generally consistent with the direction that we were exploring, and we certainly don't object to the guidance that the resolution offers.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
That it, Ms. Selkrig?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to I will make a motion to refer this to the Public Safety Committee.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, rather than hashing it out here, there's clearly some questions on this. One of the ones that I have, of course, regards the cost. There's no fiscal note associated with this, and if we're going to change our security contract to one with armed security, it's certainly going to cost more money than what we're paying now. I'd like to know what that cost is. I don't disagree with the intent, Mr. Trainee, just so you know. I think there's some validity to this, but we're debating it at length here on the floor. Let's get it to the Public Safety Committee. Everybody can refer their questions to the committee, and we can come back with not only a recommendation, but possibly a price tag as well. And I think that's how our committee process is supposed to work, and would recommend we do that.
Anyone else on that issue? And I have a question before we go. How are we handling the motion? Okay, they're working on it. It's a motion to refer to the Public Safety Committee. If you're in on that, please get in. Okay, I see. Mr. Sullivan, you're done then, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Trainee, you're next.
Yes, I'm not going to vote to send this to committee. We've had enough discussion on this years ago. We simply need to get this done now.
Thank you. Mr. Klayman, you're next.
I'm happy to take it up. We've got Public Safety Committee meetings scheduled both the 5th of March and the 19th of March, and I haven't scheduled a specific agenda for either one. I could do it at either of those meetings, and I think there is some sense to doing that. And I intend to support the reference to the.
Thank you. Mr. Teshi.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to oppose the motion to refer this to the Public Safety Committee. This is a relatively straightforward proposition. We've debated it now. I don't think that, with all due respect to Mr. Klayman's committee, we're probably going to get anything more useful by way of information. I think we can decide this right now, and I think the security of Assembly members is important enough that I think we can make this decision now and feel comfortable about it.
Thank you. Mr. Bauer.
I will support moving this to the Public Safety Committee. I think we can have time to deliberate with questions to the committee to look at costs. Also, the risk involved, liabilities, and those sorts of things. I think they can handle that. In the meantime, we're in Alaska. We can all be packing, and it's not an issue.
Mr. Sullivan, sir.
Yes, and just one of the reasons that to refer it to the committee is the committee could also then follow up on the evaluations that the chief had mentioned had been done, and we could get those in writing and have the committee vet those as well and possibly get copies to all the members so we can see just what that analysis said and look at those recommendations as part of this process. The other question I would have is simply, I see we have about 8 armed officers in the building tonight. Is there a reason that we're being blessed with such a presence tonight, or was it in relation to this resolution, or?
Is it one we're going to like or not?
All right.
Thank you.
Enough said. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have no one else in the queue. I have before me on the screen a motion to refer to the Public Safety Committee, this resolution. It's moved by Sullivan, seconded by Selcraig. No further discussion. Administration, anything to add? No? Please start voting. Everybody voted? There we go. That item passes 7-4. Okay. Let's move on. The next item.
And if Mr. Claimant could let us know which of those two meetings it would be scheduled at, some of us may want to attend.
That was the question that I had actually for the administration. I think there's a request about cost, and there's a request about the two surveys that were done in recent years about safety in the municipal building. And my question is, can we do it by next week, or is that too quickly?
Mr. Claimant, why don't we take this? You're the chair. You call it. That's fine. Just let us know. We've really got a full agenda. We were late starting, and let's move on. Thank you. I appreciate that consideration. Okay. The next item was pulled. I show, Madam Clerk, is in 9D Delta 5. Is that correct?
This is the chairman.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, or administration.
Mr. Chair.
Hang on. Let's get a motion to approve and so on, then the administration can discuss it. Go ahead. Mr. Claimant, push your button. You have who's second? No, you did. That's fine. Ms. Johnston seconded. Now, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Abbott.
Sir, this is just to change the typographical error. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. On line 11, the name is intended to be Valerie, not Valeria. So just a typographical error that we'd like changed for the record.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Without objection, correct the person who's willing to serve, correct her name. Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah. You got that, Madam Clerk? There's no objection.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any objection to the approval, then, of 9D5 as amended? Well, okay, let's go back if you're ready. Hang on. Remember, we're having this problem about motions and amendments, so you ready for us to vote? When you are, Madam Clerk, we'll go. Okay, that's done without objection, and the clerk has pushed the right button. Okay, we're now on to the next item that was pulled, was likewise by the administration, 9 Delta 9. Go ahead, administration, what's up? Or no, let's get a motion and a second.
Second.
And I apologize, Mr. Chair, this is another typographical error
Okay.
on line 10. Rather than Christine, the correct name is Catherine with a C.
Without objection to the amendment and the correction, and without objection to the approval, Madam Clerk, please reflect that passes without objection. The next item is 9 Delta 13. Mr. Bauer.
Move to approve.
I'm sorry. Stop a second. We got to catch up because Mr. Claimant is shown as the mover, and I know that's not correct. So hang on a sec. Let the clerk catch up.
Actually,
We're ready.
Wait a sec.
We're ready.
Okay. Put yourself in, Mr. Bauer, as the mover. First motion.
Yep.
There we go. Second, Mr. Claimant. There we go. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Bauer.
Right, thank you. I pulled this just to note that this is our first request for going through the new ordinance of 2007-95S that myself and Mr. Claimant worked through on this new process that requires 2 appointments from the mayor, 2 appointments from the assembly chair on this process, which has to do with an internal part of Kincaid Park in honor of ConocoPhillips. So I would like to request if we can have Assembly Council attend the naming meeting, the naming panel meeting, to at least follow through on the first efforts of this. I see that we have the mayor's office is having some folks there to make sure that they assist the panel in holding a public meeting, deliberating on this matter and preparing the resolution. And I think from the Assembly side, if we can have a representative there, and I know our council has gone through this on 2 iterations of this 95, or actually on this AMC 9-97. So that's my request, if we can have council attend that meeting.
All right. And all right, let's think about that. Anyone want to, I'm going to have Mr. Claimant. He's next in line. Then we'll. What this would be, Mr. Bauer, I would just say, Julia, could you attend, or perhaps maybe someone from the clerk's office or deputy clerk. You just want an assembly presence there? Is that the
Absolutely,
trust?
right, to follow through and make sure the process in our first time in doing this, because this ordinance has been changed twice.
Yep.
And, we just want to make sure the purpose set in, the criteria are all been talked about, the whole setup.
I understand. Thank you. Mr. Klayman.
I would just note as to the process, I received a couple of different communications in the last 2 days from folks connected with the Parks and Recreation Commission, wondering why are we approving the name tonight when they didn't ask for a recommendation. I explained there was a process, but I would only make a request as to the people on the committee and to the administration to make sure that folks from the Parks and Recreation Committee are invited to participate in this process so they can have input. I know one of the concerns they had was whether the name was going to be in perpetuity or whether it might just be a name for 10 years with the potential of a renaming at some point in the future. And just as long as those concerns are addressed, I'm very pleased that this is going forward under the new code.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the administration, you can ensure that the Parks and Rec Commission is, I guess, made aware. Apparently some of them are, but I don't know what further we would do to, other than let them have notice of the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, they are aware of that process. Also, just for a note, Mr. Bauer, the reason we note the staff there by ordinance that you passed, we're required to note who the staff person is for you, the assembly, and the public to know who the contact person is. So that's why Michael Johnson is there. But absolutely, the Parks and Rec has had that kind of general discussion that Mr. Klayman has talked about, and that, I'm sure, will be part of this.
Okay. Anything further on 9D13? I'm sorry. Oh, let's vote. It's kind of fun to vote. The motion was made. It's just been discussed. Okay. Please vote on 9D13, the naming process, and the people appointed to the board, to the process. Okay. That passes unanimously. We are now at 9D15. Ms. Osiander, you pulled that. We got Osiander and... well, we've got Johnston in as a second and Starr as the voice. So I don't know. Can you? Okay, Mr. Starr, put that in. There we go. Okay, this is the. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
Well, Mr. Starr and I are both very pleased that this is on the agenda tonight. It's been, to my mind at least, a long time coming. It basically legitimizes and gives a structure to the relationship that the city has with the Chugiak Volunteer Fire Department. I do, though, I passed out suggested revisions, amendment sheet before the meeting. If I could draw that to your attention, please.
That's the dark copy that this?
Yes.
Everybody got this? Ms. Osiander passed this out?
At the beginning of the meeting.
It has a heading, Suggested Revisions AM 130-2008.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Right.
Now, hang on. Wait a sec. Let's get this right. Do you want to record this, Madam Clerk, so that we can have a motion to amend by someone and that's noted? This is why I asked for everyone's patience earlier. We are learning this system first time tonight.
We're ready for the amendment.
Okay. Ms. Osiander, go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
All right. I move to amend by inserting on line 9 and 10 the word, actually just the word "and." So the new sentence would read, "The corporation is to provide fire protection services in the Chugiak service area and to participate in mutual aid operations with the Anchorage Fire Department."
Second. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded, I see. And that replaces the language that's on, what does it look like?
It just adds the word "and," sir. It clarifies it. Because the contract is not to provide mutual aid. It's basically to provide fire protection
But
services.
you're deleting what's on line 9 and 10.
Well, all I'm doing is inserting the word "and."
So
sir.
the language that's in the ordinance, I'm just trying for clarity,
Yes, sir.
that reads, "The corporation is to participate in mutual," and so on, that stays?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is different, isn't it? I
Yes, ma'am.
apologize. Then I would actually recommend substitution of the line that I read.
Fine.
If that's acceptable to the second.
Mr. Starr?
Absolutely.
Okay. So what we would be doing with amendment number 1 on your suggested revisions is deleting the part that's scored out and inserting in its place the part that's below.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is that clear? Is there any further discussion? Mr. Starr, you're in the queue.
That was for speaking to the main motion, sir.
Okay, not on the amendment. Fine.
There you go.
Okay, on the amendment. Is there objection to the amendment? Mr. Clayman. Oh, I got you. Go ahead, please.
Question from either the fire department or the administration, whether they have any problem with this proposed amendment.
Chief, or someone who can answer Mr. Clayman's question?
We're fine with the amendment.
And just to speed it up, is that also true of the second proposed amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clayman, there's two fire chiefs here. There's the Anchorage Fire Chief and the Chugiak Fire Chief. So you need to clarify who the question was directed towards.
The administration answered.
The administration
I
answered.
directed it towards the administration because I was assuming you had spoken with the Chugiak Fire Chief and you were satisfied with the Chugiak perspective.
Okay.
Thank you.
Since we had this motion in there, and it's an amendment, can we vote on that, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Do you want unanimous?
Yes? No? I want to vote on it. I want you to make us vote,
Okay.
or allow us to vote, so that you get used to this. Okay, please vote on the amendment. Okay, go ahead. That passes unanimously. Okay.
All right.
Now you need to record that,
I did.
Madam, now, but you need to clear the mover in the second, do you not?
This motion that's underlined, and vote? No, we're not going to be another
I'm
motion.
assured we'll get faster at
We will,
This
we
will be
will.
another-
It's just the first, it's the first night.
You should all be able to motion if there's another amendment.
Okay. All right. Now, is there another amendment?
Yes, sir.
So make it and push your button. There we
I
go.
move that on line 28 on the document, we amend the language to state that, based upon the above information and attached departmental memorandum, it is recommended that the approval of award be granted for budget year 2008 in the amount of $715,000 for fire and rescue operations and an amount estimated at $12,000 based on actual expenditures for EMS operations.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? I haven't. Go ahead, Ms. Get used to putting yourself in as request to speak, just for me. Thank you. Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
Basically, this is to clarify the language in the actual contract because the agreement is to reflect the actual expenditures for EMS.
Okay. There's no one else in the queue. On the amendment, number 2, to AM 130-208. Ready to vote. Please vote. Madam Clerk, that's it. That amendment passes unanimously. Is there any other amendment? No one's in the queue. Ms. Osiander, anything further on the main motion?
I yield to Mr. Starr.
Mr. Starr.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that for several factors. It was an appreciation for the administration, and I'm not pontificating here, but I'd also like to clarify a couple other efforts that have been there. The Board of Supervisors participated fully, I think, in the budget preparation and the budget review of their own budget this year, which was most helpful, started by Mr. Sins and picked up by the administration in good order. So I think they're well-rooted, and that spirit of integration bled over to the contract. I know you guys didn't actually see the contract, but the nature of the language is much appreciated, and that spirit of cooperation recognized very much so. Thank you to the administration, the fire chiefs, both of them, and the support staff, to Michelle Weston in particular. So happy to see it work and free to go with it. Thank you.
Ms. Osiander.
I want to say a special thank you to Chief Goodrich, to Steve Poggi, and to Michelle. It's so nice to have a cooperative working relationship where people listen to each other. Thank you.
Thank you. We're ready to vote, Madam Clerk, on the main motion as amended.
As amended.
Please vote. Okay, that item passes unanimously, as you're about to see. There we go. Okay, I'm going to have to break. We have appearance requests. The rules are they're no earlier than 6 and no later than 6:30. There's 2 of them. I have Mr. Aaron Selvig here. I hope I got that right. I can't hardly read this. Selvig. Is Mr. Selvig here? Okay, Mr. Hess, I see you're here.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Anchorage Assembly, Mayor Begich, staff. Thank you for allowing me to address you this evening. Daryl Hess is Sharon Shamar. She's the vice chair of the Fairview Community Council and the chair of our Public Safety Committee, and I am, for the next 4 weeks at least, the chair of the Fairview Community Council. It's been a fun 5 years, and I appreciate working with the Assembly the past 5 years, but there are term limits. And thank you to Ms. Osiander and Ms. Grunstein for working with me while you were traveling to ensure our spot on the agenda tonight. I wanted to address you concerning the Community Action Policing team that's currently working in Fairview. As a lot of you are aware, on September 13th, our Community Council had a public hearing at our monthly meeting. We had over 130 individuals show up, including Chairman Coffey, Mr. Traney, and Mr. Teshi. We also received a lot of emails of support and inquiries from Mr. Sullivan and other members of the Assembly. As you realize, we're severely impacted by street-level crime and chronic public inebriates in Fairview, and our community has been working with the Anchorage Police Department to try to come up with a solution. Part of that solution is the Anchorage Police Department has started a Community Action Police team. It's currently working in Fairview, and we wanted to let you know how it's doing, the positive results so far, and to please urge you and the administration to continue funding this effort. And, you know, Sharon will speak more to the effort itself. She has a PhD in criminal justice and is an assistant professor at the Justice Center and is a graduate of the Citizens Police Academy, so she's a rarity that APD appreciates. She's an academic that actually understands street-level policing.
Okay. Well, that's a hard introduction to follow. Thank you, Daryl. And thank you, Mr. Chair and Assembly members. The Community Action Policing team is combining the very promising and innovative strategy of problem-oriented policing with the philosophy of community-based policing. The result is an approach that, with an ongoing consultation with community members, focuses on the sustained reduction of recurring public safety problems in Fairview. In this case, open-air drug markets, street prostitution, and chronic public inebriates. The CAP team began with several weeks of scanning, which involved working closely with the Fairview Community Council and the Fairview Community Patrol to identify problem locations and criminal behaviors or public disorder that are of particular concern. The police also conducted many field interviews with illegitimate users of public space in the problem area. And the problem area in this case is various locations around the 13th and Gamble intersection. This allowed the police to understand the nature of the problem and why this area is such a magnet for this type of criminal and disorderly activity. The next step in the problem-oriented policing model is the development of specific tactics to remedy the identified problems, and especially tactics that go beyond traditional law enforcement responses. One of the most promising approaches that the CAP team is using so far is the use of nuisance abatement and civil remedies, such as Anchorage Municipal Code 880, which regards fees for excessive calls for police service, and using these type of civil remedies to encourage landlords to evict troublesome tenants. Evaluation of the CAP team efforts is just underway. I'm actually helping them with that as part of my duties at the Justice Center. But anecdotally, we've heard from many residents in the area and also businesses around the 13th and Gamble area who have reported a noticeable decline in the numbers of prostitutes, drug dealers, and inebriates. And so in Fairview, we're very thankful for the CAP team. This community-based, problem-oriented policing approach is an essential part of Fairview's revitalization. But it's worthwhile noting that the efforts of crime prevention, the effects of crime prevention and policing interventions often dissipate over time. So it's important that the positive outcome of the CAP team efforts be sustainable, and also that they have the capacity to work in other parts of the city beyond Fairview. And so this will probably require, well, I think it will definitely require that more resources be devoted to this unit and over the long term. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Any questions? I have Ms. Selcraig, then Mr. Mayor. Ms. Selcraig.
I'm looking forward to seeing this unfold in Fairview, and I'm wondering how available you might be to mentor other parts of the community that are facing similar problems. And
me personally?
Yeah.
We could talk about it.
That would be great. I mean, I think you've really set a model that's useful, and there are certainly some areas in the university area, community councils, and also in Northeast Community Council that could use your mentoring. So I'll talk to you later about this. Thank you very much.
Hang on, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Chairman, I know I'll hold until some of the members done, but I know there's a presentation we want to make, and I'll wait, Darrell, until everyone's done their questions for Darrell, and then I'll wait for the signal.
We'll come back. Mr. Mayor, I could suggest that you not push your light, but you push this one. I know it's going to be hard to break old habits. Thank you. Mr. Teshi.
Yes, to Darrell Hess and to Sharon Shamard, I just want to congratulate and thank you and the community for your work in law enforcement, your work in bringing the community together with APD for law enforcement purposes. And I also wanted to thank APD for working with the community and the program. This is really exciting, and I think that the Community Council has paved the way towards a new relationship with our police in this community, and this is good stuff. Thank you very much.
Mr. Klayman. Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead, and then
I just wanted to respond and say thank you for that, but also to point out that there are many other members of the Fairview community who are here, and some of us are wearing purple, but we really want to come and en masse and show our support for the captain.
Thank you. Thank you for that, for letting us know that. Mr. Klayman.
And I want to thank both of you and also thank the police department. This is an example of where as I understand it, the police department took a real problem, and rather than trying to do a wholesale change in all the police work they did, they identified a problem, took a small number of officers and gave them a very specific task, and when we're seeing results from that program. And so this is an example of very positive innovation in police enforcement that's working for our community. So thank you very much.
Okay. That's it in the queue. Mr. Mayor.
Darrell?
Mr. Chairman, if I could have a moment of indulgence from you, we can answer Mr. Sullivan's question as to why there is such a large armed police presence here tonight. If I could ask Chief Hewen and Sergeant Denny Allen to join me at the podium.
Oh.
And we'll answer Mr. Sullivan's question.
Here we are.
And it is positive.
Good. Pleasant surprise.
You know, when we talk about the efforts in Fairview, I have to echo, working for the last 5 years as chair of the council, I am very impressed with the Anchorage Police Department. This is an effort that won't succeed without community involvement working with the police. And one of the people who's really taken the lead on this, everybody in Fairview knows him. They respect him. The criminals on the sidewalk, when they see him coming, they just assume the position and wait for the handcuffs. And, he has made a huge, huge difference in our community, and that's Sergeant Denny Allen.
Mr. Chairman, to add to that, and I thank Darrell for this, we have a presentation we want to make to Denny, and I just want to really echo what the Fairview community has said earlier, and that is they have done an incredible job as a community to really change the aspect of the community there in a positive way. That corner of 13th and Gamble is going through a whole renovation, and the police department is a critical piece of that. And the individual that we want to recognize tonight is Sergeant Denny Allen, who, as Darrell mentioned, is known by all on both sides of the law and does an incredible job. And so on behalf of the city, we want to present Denny a Mayor's Award for Public Service on behalf of the people of the municipality of Anchorage, and it's a great pleasure that we present this citation for extraordinary dedication and outstanding efforts to improve the quality of life of the residents of Fairview in all of Anchorage.
I'll make this very short. There's lots of people in Fairview that are waiting for me to come back in one way or the other. So I would thank you very much, everyone, for coming also.
Thank you very much for your service, Sergeant. We appreciate it very much. Okay. Mr. Selvig, did you appear? Here we are.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. My name is Steve Cleary. I also filed an appearance request that was denied, but it's not clear to me from communication with the clerk's office if I'll be able to speak to the resolution later on tonight. No. So I'm going up now to get a clarification on that.
Is this on the clean government
Clean
thing?
elections, yeah.
Yeah. The rule is pretty simple. If it's something that's in front of us, then appearance requests are inappropriate because we generally have public hearing or committee work, and we don't afford everybody an equal opportunity. So,
but I also, if I may, real quick, I heard from the clerk's office that it's not on the part of the agenda where public testimony is.
Oh, comments to the assembly at the end.
Comments to the assembly at the end.
Is that right,
Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk? You can help us with that?
Yes.
Audience
Okay. Appreciate
participation. If you can make it, okay. All right, folks, it's 6:30. Let's get back to the consent agenda. Item D, 9D18, Ms. Osiander. We'll get,
Green, make its,
make its way there,
no,
Ms.
I can't make the motion until it's on the
I know,
screen.
she's going to get you there.
Okay.
9D18, are you there, Madam Clerk?
I'm almost there.
That's it. Okay.
Move to approve.
Push your button, first
I did.
motion.
I did.
Do it again. There you are. Second motion, Ms. Johnston. Very good, we're in. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander. Hold it. Mr. Clayman indicated he had a conflict. Let's begin with that before we do anything else. Or a potential conflict.
I believe I have a potential conflict. My firm represents LifeWise Insurance Company, which is the subsidiary that is involved here in a litigation matter that's in federal court right now. And given that I have a attorney-client relationship with this party, I think it would be inappropriate for me to participate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clayman. Is there any questions of Mr. Clayman from any members of the Assembly? Push your button, please. I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Go ahead.
So LifeWise is a sister company of Premera then? That's what I'm reading here? And that's why you think that there could be a conflict?
My understanding is that LifeWise is a subsidiary of Premera.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Clayman, I have a couple of questions then under the code. This would be a financial interest, conflict of interest, not personal relation.
Yes, it's financial.
Okay, and you're an employee of the firm?
Exactly.
Are you active in the case?
Yes.
All right. So you have information relative to them that would not otherwise be available just as a member of the firm?
Right. In fact, today I was reading communications and emailing with members, with people connected with the insurance company.
And you bill your time, and they
Right.
pay you for your service.
Well, I bill my time and they pay the firm.
Yes, but without your billing, you might not get your paycheck.
Exactly.
I rule you have a financial conflict of interest in this matter, and that you shall not participate in it. Is there objection to my ruling? Seeing and hearing none, that stands, and we are on to the motion itself, which was moved by Ms. Osiander. Go ahead, please.
I pulled this because obviously benefit packages and health insurance is a major component of city services. And there were some things in here that I wanted to discuss a little more and bring to the body's attention. As we all know, there was a significant change in direction towards preventative care that's been made, started last year. And so I read with some interest that the third-party administration fee on this contract is increasing 17% because MOA has basically doubled the number of benefit plans available. So I had a couple of conversations with people in the Employee Relations Department to understand that. The other thing that I particularly want to draw to your attention is the contract with Sun Life, who does the stop-loss insurance. That's showing an 87% increase. And so I had some concern with that. There are two things I learned that I wanted to share with you. First, in regard to the Sun Life contract, the direction apparently is to start working on an RFP to see what other companies are out there that could provide the similar type service that Premera does. And the lack of integration with Sun Life, which is currently causing this increase in cost, is a specific item that they'll be looking for when they do the RFP. The other item that I wanted to talk to you about was, I think we're all pretty interested to see if the shift towards more preventative care and wellness is going to pay off, both financially and for our employees. And I discovered that in September there will be an analysis of, and I'm trying to remember what Joanne called it, basically to see if it was worth the money, or if the expenditure is going to bring an appreciable decline in overall claims. And so I wanted to put on the table a public request for the Assembly to be provided with that analysis once it is done in September. And my understanding is the data takes that long because there are still claims coming in from the 07 year. So if there would be no objection to that, Mr. Mayor, could you record that request somewhere, please?
We will
I
do
see
that.
Mr. Otto nodding his head. I hope that's cool. Thanks. That's
you.
all.
Anyone else? Please push in. Request to speak, Bill. I'll recognize you, but just, you touch it? Oh, maybe you're not on the agenda item. Okay. Yeah. Take a minute and show him. You got it now? What you have to do?
I'm still not.
No, you're showing up now.
Okay.
Okay, please. Go ahead, sir.
Sure. I just had a couple questions. The administration answered most of them. I'll urge support of this, but the budget process that we vetted over the budget process review at the end of the last year talked about personnel cost increases, and they were across the board. We saw lots of gray packets and all the other drama that occurred with the personnel cost estimates. But my question sort of came back with a may, and it probably won't, but are we going to see a first quarter budget adjustment request then to handle the increase of this contract?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, we do not anticipate asking for more budget appropriation for health insurance.
Is that going to be a fund balance draw, or is that because we anticipated the personnel costs and that? I guess I'm questioning, are the personnel costs that we vetted at the budget review process before still fairly valid as they relate to the benefit costs by department?
Materially so, but to the extent that the costs exceed what we anticipated when the budget was created, your original assumption that it would be a fund balance draw would be correct.
Okay, so we saw significant personnel and benefit cost increases at the proposed budget review process. Now, these are going to be over and above those by department. Is that what you're kind of saying?
That is correct, but there is adequate fund balance in the particular fund set up for these costs to absorb this without seeking a supplemental appropriation for this item.
Well, and maybe it's not you to answer the question, but if we were vetting the budget and talking about personnel benefit cost increases on the horizon, and we kind of set budget numbers accordingly, would have we not seen this? This is a fairly large contractual change. Did we not see it coming? Or how did the contract negotiations, when did they begin? Because if we're going to make departmental fund balance draws and then ultimately have to replenish that, we didn't get it all at the budget review process, I would anticipate. So did we miss it? Did we not talk about it, or did we just see it now and not then?
Right. Through the chair, Mr. Starr, these funds actually were.
Otto, nice to see you tonight.
Thank you. We're budgeted within the 1,000 line of employee costs and benefits, and these additional costs, which were not fully known at that time, can be absorbed within the amount of money we've collected in the budget. So there will be no additional cost. Plus, on several of these plans, they are actually employee costs also that are actually contributing to this as well, not just municipal of Anchorage funds within it. So we're able to absorb this within the benefit line of the 1,000 level cost.
Well, therein sort of lies my question. I didn't bring my budget book, but in the appendices section of that, it does talk about the change in contribution required for the employees that are part of the benefits. So that number is fixed, but we don't intend then to go back to the specific covered employees then and ask for additional contributions. We're just going to cover it through the city cost. Is that kind of what's going to happen?
That's correct. And I believe at the time of the projection of the when we were in budget talks, that there was a projection of a 9% increase in 08, and we currently have a 5% increase. We've come down significantly. That, by the way, is a significant event. We've often talked about the high costs of health insurance. The mayor was Johnny on the spot with us 4 years ago about this.
9 to 5, you're talking about 9% to 5% of what number, actually? I was referencing the contract increase.
We were anticipating back at cost in budget talk time.
Correct.
That the health insurance would rise at about 9%. I believe that's the number we had at the time. We now know that that's a 5% number. So it's which is really good news. I mean, by administering our self-insurance plan, and the mayor had a lot of us had committees and a lot of input from labor organizations and from the public, we're able to bring that down, especially as it relates to disease management and other programs that we have.
Okay, so the justification for the lower healthcare cost overall, or that we're paying additional fees then to manage the plans through this contract, is that kind of what you're saying to me?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
It's okay. I'm fine with that as long as I got my answer.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have no one else in the queue. Don't go, Jay. I have a question. The 5% that you referred to would be the costs, not of administration, but the costs of the health care coverage, right?
Right. It actually is all of the claims cost plus the administration cost of it. The TPA, or third-party provider, which is Premier Blue Cross, and the other factors here, stop-loss insurance. So if you have a claim that's over $500,000, then that's paid back to the municipality. That's an insurance-type program within it, and several other factors. And Ms. Osiander was correct a moment ago that we clearly think we might be able to do better by another third-party provider, but we're going to go out for a RFP later, I believe, this fall.
Okay. And then as I understand this is sort of contractually provided for. I'm sorry? Ms. Osiander? I'm sorry. New system. It's contractually provided for so that when the internal changes occur, there's little or no choice over this matter. We've provided for it before. We do these things. That's what we got to pay for.
Right. Let me just start.
No, what I'm trying to get to is this is a very large increase in cost. It's an amendment to the contract of $2,273,000. I understand that prospectively, sometime out, we're going to be looking at our methodologies and means.
Right.
For tonight's purposes, we're sort of my understanding is we're contractually bound to do this, or they're going to not perform their side of the contract.
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
That's what I wanted to know. Okay. Mr. Mayor, anything different?
I just was going to summarize. We're not coming back to ask for more money. It's a projection that we base this on, and anytime, there's no. We would love medical costs to go down. The goal is to control the increases that are predicted on an ongoing basis. And, we predicted 8 to 9%. We're floating around 5%. That obviously can all change by the end of the year. But at the end of the day, we're not asking for additional money outside of the appropriation that you allocated in the personnel line.
So, in other words, what you're telling us, we won't see a first quarter budget revision for additional funds for this.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I've got Ms. Osiander. Well, you're done, Mr. Mayor. And I've got Ms. Osiander in the queue again. Thank you.
I just want to clarify.
Yes.
It's not a reduction. It's the increase isn't as steep. Okay?
That's what I said.
Yeah, just clarity, Mr.
Oh, no,
Mayor.
medical costs only go one direction.
Well, now wait a minute.
Our goal is
We're paying more for these multiple benefit packages and the wellness program. And in September, we're going to get the data back to give us something concrete rather than what you sense now is happening.
Correct.
That's why I asked for that September, and it might be a good thing to review even in Budget Committee later.
Right.
So thank you.
Yeah, we'll talk about
Absolutely.
that. Okay, Ms. Selcraig.
So I just want to note that we're paying more for one specific thing, but the overall cost is less than what we anticipated. Yeah. So, I mean, it's an increase,
but
news.
Not as much as anticipated.
Yeah, it's good news,
no
and
new
it
money.
looks like it might get better.
Very good.
Thank you.
That's the key thing. Okay. Is there nobody else in the queue? Please, Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please vote. Everybody. Call them, Barb.
Yeah. One more?
Who's not voted?
No, we're done.
No. Yes, Mr. Clayman's abstained. Okay. Here we go. Mr. Clayman abstained based on a conflict. This matter passes 10-0 otherwise. Item 9E1, Ms. Selcraig.
Yes, I'd just like to take a moment and recognize.
Motion.
I move to approve. Thank you.
It's move to accept.
Move to accept.
Yes,
thank
ma'am,
you.
on information memorandums. Go ahead.
I'd just like to pause for a moment and recognize everybody and the staff
as a whole in the Controllers Division because they've received quite a distinguished award. It's the Government Finance Office Association's Certificate of Achievement Award, and it's the highest recognition you can get in governmental accounting and financial reporting. And I just think it's great to see this kind of recognition, and you guys have done a wonderful job, and I wanted to pause and recognize this great thing and say thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Did you?
Any
She
comment?
meant you?
I don't think I was speaking to you, Mr. Mayor.
No, Sharon was trying, but Mr. Chairman cut her off, so I had to jump in.
Oh, okay, thank you. Could I hear from, thanks so much.
Sometimes I don't jump in enough.
Let's we got a ton tonight, folks. Let's keep going.
Thanks.
She did. She moved to accept. Oh, you need to push it. I'm sorry. Sheila, Ms. Selkirk, push first motion.
Somebody else.
Who seconded it? Yeah, they did. Ms. Johnston. Okay. Yeah, let's just, is there any objection? No, it's no reason to do that. It's approved with unanimous consent. Thank you. The clerk will so reflect. I saw no objection. Now, that's the end of the consent agenda, Madam Clerk? Dinner.
I believe it is.
Okay, our dinner's here. We'll be back at 7:15. Assembly is back to order, please. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chairman.
I'm going to wait till they quieten down a bit, and then I'll recognize you, Mr. Trini. Okay, we have a quorum. We're back from our dinner break. Mr. Trini.
Mr. Chairman, I want to change the order today to bypass 11. Let's start with item 13A and on to 14, sir.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Push your buttons, whoever did it, please.
I pushed mine.
Mr. Okay. All right. Is there objection to changing the order of the day to put old business and unfinished business after items 13 and 14? And before we vote, I'm going to indicate this. If we want to deal with special orders, which is Resolution 2008-1, which is the question of the veto override, we have to do that tonight. If we don't do it tonight, we don't have a chance. So we got to do it tonight. So what I'm going to do is take that item up at 5 minutes to 10, and I am going to, without objection, of course, you can always override your chair if you don't like what I'm suggesting. What I'm going to do then is limit debate to an hour, and we'll vote on it at 5 minutes to 11. Is that adequate for everybody's purposes? Speak up. If not, if there's objection or other thoughts that I've missed. I just want to address the topic. I don't care which way we go, but I want to get it done so we take an affirmative action. Mr. Traney.
Let's get on with business, sir. It looks fine.
I see no other comments. Fine. Okay. Now, on changing the order of the day, is there objection? I see none. The order of the day is changed. We're taking up item 13A. 13A, Madam Clerk. That is under continued public hearings. So we will reopen the public hearing. I would ask Mr. Abbott, before we do that, is there something we might need to hear from the administration before the public hearing starts? And Ms. Osiander as well. Mr. Abbott?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I understood the request. Are there...
Well, it's on the noise ordinance, and I know I wasn't here Monday, but I know you and Ms. Osiander met and discussed this, and there's been other discussion. So does the administration have any...
We're going to recommend that you postpone this indefinitely.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Ms. Osiander?
Exactly what I was going to say, sir. I checked with Mr. Sullivan. He had a committee that looked at that, and I checked with Mr. Abbott. And so you're free to speak, but the intent is to postpone this indefinitely, I believe.
Okay. Now, with that in mind, I have Mr. Clayman next. Mr. Clayman?
I did have a question for the administration because Mr. Sullivan and I were on the committee that looked at this, and I don't think we as a committee came up with any recommendation, but I'd actually like to know why the administration is recommending a postpone indefinitely.
Well, let's wait till we get to the motion. Okay, and we'll do that.
But that's my question.
Yes, that's a good question, and we'll need to hear it if and when that motion is actually made. We're just trying to let people know where we think the body may go. Okay. Anyone wishing to testify on AO 2007-105, a noise permit conditions ordinance, please come forward. Anyone at all? This is it, folks. No one's appearing. Public hearing's closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely?
Second. Now, okay, they beat you to it. They're in. It's Ms. Selcraig is the mover. Mr. Sullivan is the second. Let's have Mr. Klayman. I recognize you.
If the administration could explain the rationale for its recommendation to postpone indefinitely. I know we had a work session scheduled for last Friday, which was canceled, so.
I'll start, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sullivan may want to weigh in as well.
Thank you.
There was a process started, I'm going to say, almost 3 years ago in response to a specific noise-related concern affecting a industrial activity adjacent to a residential neighborhood. It appeared that the current code was not appropriate or wasn't going to resolve that issue to the satisfaction of both of those parties. So we undertook with the Associated General Contractors and a group of concerned citizens to try to find an alternate code solution to this. And primarily we were dealing with the issue associated with industrial-related noise, and as opposed to barking dogs and other forms of neighborhood noise issues. Long process. Dennis LeBlanc was directly involved in that, as were folks from the health department as the primary technical staff. Long story short, they drafted a code section, which was the ordinance that was to be considered at the work session. Ultimately, it resolved little, if or maybe even nothing. It didn't meet the goals that we had hoped it would meet in terms of eradicating or addressing the concerns that the existing code was not able to address. So, in light of that, we don't recommend moving forward with it.
That's it? Fine. Mr. Sullivan, then Ms. Selcraig. Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, thank you, and to concur with Mr. Abbott's explanation. The other thing we found, too, is that as a result of good enforcement by the administration and a kind of a cooperative enforcement policy with the folks who are kind of the prime offenders, the number of complaints have dropped significantly. And while there's still some concerns and problems out there, we didn't think the wholesale rewrite of the ordinance at this time was particularly the solution. That being said, Mr. Chairman, if you would like to have the committee continue work on that, I would certainly recommend that someone take my place on the committee, since I've only got a couple of meetings left. But as it stands, again, the combination of good enforcement and good compliance by the industry seems to have abated most of the problem.
Thank you. Ms. Selcraig.
I'm always pleased to not have a new law and be able to solve things with good agreements. I am curious as to whether the community members that were involved in the process with Mr. LeBlanc were involved in the conversation at all in terms of postponing this indefinitely, and I guess to the administration.
Mr. Abbott.
I didn't work with them directly. I've been told by Dennis and others that generally they were not satisfied with the proposed code that was developed either. As it was described to me, and Mr. Sullivan may have a different recollection, but we didn't satisfy anybody with the new code effort that was brought forward. And so I'm not aware of anybody that is disappointed that it's going away.
Okay, thank you.
There's no one else in the queue. Please, Madam Clerk, please prepare to vote on postponing indefinitely. Please vote.
Ms. Johnston?
All right.
Unanimous.
That motion to postpone the noise ordinance indefinitely passes unanimously. Before we get on to the next one, I just wanted to announce we had an item laid on the table with regard to HLB and a non-exclusive utility easement. We forgot to set a public hearing date. I'm going to set a public hearing date of March 18th, 2008, absent objection. Any objection? to that hearing date? Seeing none, that's the public hearing date for the unnumbered ordinance 2008 dealing with the non-exclusive utility easement to ACS cable systems across heritage land-backed parcels for the installation of a fiber optic cable. I hope everyone who's interested in that has now heard and understands the hearing date. Okay, we're now at item 14, and that begins new public hearings. We're skipping items 11 per Mr. Teshi's motion. Training, I think.
Training.
I'm sorry. What did I say, Mr. Teshi? I apologize to both of you. Mr. Trainey's motion. My mistake. Okay, the first item up is an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 1570, for clarifying, that's the wrong biz, that's the noise ordinance. Sorry, everybody. Yeah. Yeah, this is 2008-32. It's the tariff for the Anchorage Terminal tariff. Anyone wishing to testify on AO 2008-32, an ordinance authorizing an amendment to the tariff? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Okay, who's seconding it?
Trainee.
Mr. Trainee did, fine. Okay. Ms. Selcraig?
I'm going to support this. I think that the port is an ongoing, growing industry area that we have, and they've come forward with an additional need, and I think it makes sense to support.
Anyone else? Seeing? No, let me get, there's no one else in the queue. Madam Clerk, please prepare for us to vote.
Dr. Selkirk? Mr. Trainee?
Okay, we got everybody voted? That item, the tariff for the port, passes unanimously. The next item is AO 2008-33, an ordinance amending the Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 450.030A, to change the terms of the Budget Advisory Commission. Public hearing on this is open, on the change of the terms of the Public Advisory Commission, Budget Advisory Commission. Anyone wishing to testify, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Who's seconded? Second. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Selcraig?
I think this in some ways is a bookkeeping method, actually, thing, in order to allow this commission to mesh with the budget process. It's just a basic thing we need to do, and so I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. You're correct. Mr. Starr?
Yeah, I concur, and I appreciate the administration for recognizing sometimes it's too tight of a window to support that, especially as we move the budget review process earlier and earlier. And so this is well done from that perspective, and take the opportunity for those that would like to be part of our boards and commissions to sign up, because it's very helpful to have them on board. So I urge approval.
All right. I have no one else in the queue. Madam Clerk, we're ready to vote. Please vote, everyone. That item passes unanimously. We're on to item 14C. That's AR 2008-25, a resolution ratifying a 3-year and 4-month collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Local 959. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wishing to testify, please come down.
Mr. Chairman, I pushed my button.
Oh, yes, Mr. Trainee. Thank you. I missed you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Last time this issue came up, I discussed that I might have a conflict of interest. You ruled that I should vote on this issue. The same conditions still exist as the last time we dealt with this issue, sir.
Could you, for everybody's edification,
that works for the Teamsters Union.
And his position is?
Executive Director.
So what does that mean relative to contract?
I don't know. He doesn't tell me those things.
Okay. It's not, and obviously you have no financial interest. So,
no, I don't.
But you have, so the question is a personal interest to the extent there is one. So here's the question that is asked in those cases. Is your personal interest, your relationship with your son, of such a nature that you can't do what is in the public interest and put aside any personal interest you have to decide what's in the best interest of the public?
Not since he's been an adult, which has been the last 20-some-odd years.
That's the question. Does there anyone else have any questions of Mr. Trainee? He's answered the key question, and Ms. That's not Ms. Tucker. I was going to say if anybody from law has any comment on the question and the answer, I'll make my ruling. Nobody is there to answer that, but we did discuss it at some length. Mr. Teshi and I and Mr. Clayman and the Department of Law 2 or 3 weeks ago had a long, lengthy discussion. Mr. Trainee has indicated the personal interest he may have will be put aside because he can vote in the public interest. Based on that response, I rule he has no conflict and he shall participate in this matter. Is there objection to my ruling? Seeing no objection, we're ready to go. Thank you all. Public hearing is now. Oops, I'm sorry. Mr. Sullivan has a.
Well, Mr. Trainee's disclosure reminded me that I have an honorable withdrawal from the Teamster Union that was granted about 15 years ago after working for the union, both full-time and part-time, for about 15 years, from about 1968 through probably 1984 or so. So just, again, in the era of disclosure, figured I better put that on the record.
All right. Obviously, there's no financial or personal interest here. Is that right, as far as you know?
No.
All right. And I rule you don't have a conflict. Objection to that ruling? None? Huh? I don't know. Do you? If you do. If you think you might, you should. How's that? Ms. Osiander. Just, let's be real clear. Go ahead.
Well, this has previously been disclosed that I'm married to a longshoreman.
Yes, you
who
did
is
disclose.
affiliated with the Teamster Union, is not an employee of the city, and that has no financial meaning one way or the other if this is approved or not approved. And yes, I think I can be fair.
No, the question is, can you put the public interest ahead of whatever
Yes,
personal
I can
interest?
put the public interest ahead of personal
Okay.
interest.
Well, anyone else have any, other than me? Until 1968, I was a member of the Teamsters Union. And that's 40 years ago. So if anybody, Ms. Osiander, if you think I have a conflict, it was a good job for a kid. Go ahead.
Mr. Coffey, I do not believe you have a conflict. Seeing no objection from the body, I will rule that you do not. However, Mr. Coffey,
Ms. Osiander.
I also used to be a Teamster.
Which millennium, please?
I worked at, sir.
He meant that in a very positive way, Ms. Osiander.
But I take objection to that.
You're youth and vivacity as a
Yeah,
parent.
right.
Continue, please.
I was a registered respiratory therapist at Alaska Hospital, and at that time, we were represented by the Teamsters.
When was that?
Oh, man. At least 20,
Many years
a long
ago.
time ago, at least 20 years.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. You're like Miss Johnston with a grandchild at age 25. I got you. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Teshi, what have you got for us?
Mr. Chairman, am I the only person on this assembly who has not been a Teamster?
Takes a lot of hard work.
Well, you're disqualified from this matter. Okay. I think we're all
I
done.
note I haven't been a Teamster either.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clayman.
I haven't been a Teamster either.
Nor have I.
All right. Well, here we go, folks. Okay. We've got this contract before us for the second time. Can we have whatever public testimony there is? Please. Or do you just want me to? Oh, here we go. Good. Come on down, gentlemen, please. Good evening.
Good evening. Ken Coleman, I'm the principal officer of the Teamsters, and this is Tim Morgan, and he was part of the negotiation team. And given what you had done in your past hearing of this particular issue, you effectively sent the parties back to the negotiation table, and they amended the document. You have that before us, and we present ourselves for any questions you may have.
Okay. I have Ms. Selcraig in the queue. Go ahead, Ms. Selcraig.
I'm curious about the major changes. I know you have some listed here, but in terms of, could you review basically what the union agreed to, additional things the union agreed to in this contract?
Ms. Selcraig, we agreed to a 2.7 in the first year, a 3.0 in the second year, and then an open year into third year for the CPIU. We also, I believe that was the only major real change. Oh, we went from 5 years to 3 years. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, and was the 50% pay of the cost increases for health benefits, was that in the old contract as well?
Yes, ma'am, that was.
How did the pay increases compare to the state in terms of what's going on in those negotiations?
A lot lower than the state and a lot lower than what I've been able to negotiate in the last 2 years.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's the way it is right now, but hopefully we'll get better at it.
It's my sense that there are people here tonight that are supporting this contract. Could you possibly give us an indication of who's here supporting the contract?
Stand up.
They stand up?
These are all the people from different locals,
Ho, ho, ho.
from all the different labor organizations in the city.
Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you.
Is your mic on, sir?
Thank you. Now, I said, and I'm sorry my mic wasn't on, I must have pushed it off, generally just standing will suffice, but we're done. Is there anything else you'd like to, or Ms. Selkirk, you have...
Well, actually, is there anything else that you think we should know regarding this contract?
Well, I believe I went in and negotiated in good faith. I think the city came in and negotiated in good faith. I think it's a fair contract for both the employees and the city.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Teshi, sir.
Yes, two questions of the people here. How many employees does the union represent?
About 120 with the municipality.
And kind of an open-ended question, but to me it's the most important question for your membership. Is this contract fair?
They thought so. They voted at 58 for and 19 against. So I think they think it's a fair contract for this time, this day and age. I think it's fair, yes, and I think they think it's fair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teshi. Mr. Trainee?
So it was 58 to 19?
Yes.
Well, thank you for negotiating this and bringing it back to us, because this is a contract we can approve, and it's within the guidelines that we gave you guys. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. There's no one else in the queue for questions for these gentlemen. Anyone else wishing to testify? Anyone at all? Okay. Oh, we got one. Good evening.
Hello,
Please give us your name.
Scott Wilkie. I'm a people mover transit driver. And I've lived in Anchorage for 44 years until I recently worked 2 years at the municipality, and I never realized what transit does out there. We are the eyes, the ears for the cops, for the fire departments, and if it wasn't for us, the people out there getting their work wouldn't have a ride to get to work. It would be on the municipality to help these people out because they wouldn't be able to get to work. And to think we don't deserve a raise, it's just wrong. And the cost of living, the taxes have gone up. I'm barely making it now what we make. And we just hope you guys will see it our way.
Thank you. I have no questions. Thank you for your testimony, sir. Anyone else wishing to testify?
I was just curious about inflation.
We need your name, sir, for the record.
Christopher Kunzler. I was just curious about inflation, if that was taken into account, because I'm pretty sure that inflation's going up. I go to the store and I see all the, groceries, gas, and I'm pretty sure it's higher than some of the government numbers because they keep disregarding some of our cost of living. So I was just hoping that the city could, when these negotiations happen, that people are considering the actual costs that are increasing. Thank you.
Actually, that's both part of the Assembly resolution from a year and a half ago, and it's part of our analysis from our auditor.
So that is being considered.
And it covers that within, not exactly perhaps, but very close to the rate of inflation.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? I have no other else in the queue. Any other ones? Anyone else caring to testify? Anyone at all? Yeah. Please don't be shy. I get ready to bang the gavel. Go ahead, sir.
Larry Benson.
Good evening.
I'm with the American Postal Workers Union, and I was on our negotiating committee. And I know what a fair contract is, and I know what our costs are at the post office. And these people are asking for a fair contract. And I would urge all of you to vote yes. You're getting a good deal.
Thank you, sir. No questions? Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body now?
Move to approve.
God, is there going to be a race to this every time?
I'm getting good.
Absolutely.
Madam Clerk, put a note in front of the experts here to disallow speedy pushings of buttons, something. Anyway, okay, Ms. Selkirk.
It's my pleasure to vote for this contract this evening. I think we're getting more than a good deal. I think that the first contract we saw was an acceptable deal, and I voted for it, and I appreciate the hard work on the part of the union and our negotiators to come back with a deal that will work for both parties. I guess I want to make the comment that public jobs are really the backbone of our economy, and that I think as we squeeze and squeeze and squeeze our public workers, what we're really ultimately doing is squeezing our community. And our real work in this town is to get out and do some real economic development so that we've got good jobs and good money coming into this town. I think we've got to be really careful about the expectation that we can save money on the backs of American workers and local workers. I think that when you look at the cost associated with just day-to-day living, people, middle class, everyday people are struggling, and there's this expectation that the middle class can bear more and more of the costs that are occurring. And so I urge this body to vote for this contract, and I also hope that in future negotiations it won't be quite as contentious, that when we see our first contract and it's deemed as fair by a negotiating team, that we'll give it a closer look than we did last time. And I'm really happy to see the people out here tonight. I think it's important for our actions to be witnessed, and it's a pleasure to vote for this. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate, Ms. Selkirk, your comments, and I first want to say thanks to all these folks that are here tonight. It's an incredible thing to have a great workforce. They do day in and day out great service for our city, and we think this package is a very good package. We obviously think the package before we brought the last one we brought was a good package. You know, we have a philosophical disagreement. We think longer-term deals are better. It creates stability in the workforce, creates opportunity for recruitment and long-term ability to make sure our departments run effectively, focused on the work rather than the contract every 2 years or 3 years. But that was an issue you all brought up. You wanted shorter term. That's a decision we went back to the union, and they worked very hard with us. I think the economic package for those 3.5 years that are in this contract are very similar in total to the 3.5 years that we had in the 5-year deal. The difference is, of course, that we shortened it up. The second piece is, it freezes service recognition program. As you know, that's an issue that we've all talked about in the past. But it recognizes employees that do exceptional work, hard work, and they are rewarded for that. And, in these times that sometimes it's important, and some people want to say, we got to cut the budget here and there. The people that run the business of the city are folks like this. It's a service business that we're in. We deliver services every single day, every hour of the day. And so I'm proud of these guys, and I think this contract was a fair, negotiated deal, and I hope you will approve it and help us move forward in what we see as the next step with the other union contracts that we'll bring down the pike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Teshi.
Yes, there is a faction in this community, and perhaps there are some on the Assembly that would even agree with us, that the costs that we spend administering this government and providing services are out of control. They're skyrocketing. We're spending money like drunken sailors. If you add up all of the budgets over the last couple of years and take a simple percentage, our budgets are way out of control. We need to get tough on expenditures and costs, and first and foremost are the costs of labor and these contracts. And my question, Mr. Mayor, is what do we say to those people who agree with that notion? I don't. I think that we get a fair work day out of these employees for a fair wage that we pay, and I'm content with that. But what do we say with the people that constantly bang the drum of costs and attempt to push this burden off onto our employees? How do we answer their questions, Mr. Mayor?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Teshi, just to respond briefly, that I think it's incumbent upon us first to say not only do they do a fair job, they do an exceptional job for the money that we invest in our employees. And they have taken responsibility for part of their health care coverage. They've taken responsibility for many aspects of their workday and the work that they perform. And I think for the money that we, again, and I consider it an investment in our employees, the return is exceptional. We're getting great results. As you know, with our transit, we do not have the complaints that we used to have because we weren't doing all the services. We're having some great response. Is there room for improvement? Absolutely. But from an employee standpoint, they're doing a heck of a job for the services and the dollars that we give them. So I think for those, there's always going to be a percentage in this community that, you know, you pay a public employee a nickel, it's too much. And I disagree with that, obviously. And that's their perspective. But I think the growing percentage of our community appreciates the work these folks do. And I think today is an opportunity to reward them for that great work and make sure they have a stable workforce to do it in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Birch.
I, too, will be supporting this, and I very much appreciate the administration for going back to the table. You know, there's some discussion during the testimony about taxes. Well, this relates to taxes. Our costs relate to taxes. I don't have many constituents that have 45 days a year of vacation time accrued, and I think those are the type of issues that we have to take a look at when we're negotiating. That's one of the aspects of the agreement that was passed a year and a half ago to provide the mayor some guidelines. And I would like to have maybe a comment from our internal auditor that took a look at the agreement, and maybe he could just assure us that this basically conforms to the Assembly-adopted guidelines for this contract.
Good evening, Mr. Aslams. If you could answer Mr. Birch.
Good evening. To the Chair, I was asked by the Chair to do a review of the proposed agreement with the resolution the Assembly passed last year. And it's my opinion that it does come close to meeting what the Assembly wanted. They did stay within the CPU increases. They did try to get agreement on work rule simplification. They froze the longevity. So, in my opinion, I think they did do that.
Mr. Birch?
Thank you.
That's it. Mr. Klayman.
I too want to speak in support of this contract. I think one of the most important things that we often lose sight of in the context of being the employer, or as the Assembly kind of supervising the employer here, is that worker longevity is incredibly valuable to our community and to businesses, including city operations, and having people that have worked there for a long time is crucial to long-term success, and contracts like this really support having employees that stick around and continue to work and continue to contribute to the community. So I'll be supporting this and encourage the remainder of the Assembly as well.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. I have Mr. Sullivan next. Former Teamster Sullivan.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Coffey and I worked in the Anchorage Cold Storage Warehouse together one summer. So, and man, did we work hard! I got to tell you. The $6.75 an hour, as I recall, Mr. Coffey.
No, it was less than that.
Well, I'll be supporting the contract as well. The concern that we had about a longer-term contract, and I know that there's pluses and minuses when you talk about longer terms. Certainly, it provides. More stability in the Human Relations Department, that they don't have to be negotiating quite as often. But we recognize the fact that this administration is in its last year and a few months of operation, and a longer-term contract really hamstrings the next administration to get in there and maybe establish their own philosophy and their own parameters on negotiations and contracts. So not that there'll be big changes, but you should always have the opportunity to give the next administration kind of their imprint, if you will. The contract, as Mr. Raskams pointed out, does indeed comply with the resolution that we passed a couple of years ago that gave guidance to the administration that we wanted to see wage increases stay within the rate of inflation, the consumer price index essentially, and this contract comes close to that, so we're pleased with that. And keep in mind as well that the contract extensions given in 2004 to the various bargaining groups were significantly over the CPI. So this really is more of a balancing than anything, because the contract extensions were significantly over the rate of inflation. So, gentleman asked about the rate of inflation. We've exceeded it, and now we're coming back near it. So I think that satisfies the Assembly's requirements and through the resolution we passed. So I'll be supportive, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Trainey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Remember when the first contract came through, there were very few union members here. It's nice to see all of you here tonight, because I think this one will be passed. This country was built on organized labor, and we need to see that organized labor, and tonight is a good demonstration of exactly what organized labor is, and the fact that I think that sign says I'm organized labor and I vote. My dad was a union member for 45 years till I interned him into a crypt and had the union label put on the end of his box, because it was the last thing he wanted to have done. So we need to make sure that the Assembly members are reminded constantly of who built this country and who built this town. So thank you very much for being here. Hope to approve this contract.
Thank you, Mr. Begich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to...
Come on.
I just want to correct something. I'm sure Mr. Sullivan didn't mean to use the word significantly above inflation. The 4-year contracts we brought were 10% over 4 years, which was 2.5% per year, which is about what inflation has averaged. That was the wage increase. So I don't want to, significant is, I think...
I'll withdraw the word significant. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, guys. There's nobody else in the queue, so the other last word freak, me, will speak up. We passed a resolution, 2007-84, because for a variety of reasons, but one of the things that the body wanted to do was express to the administration sort of parameters within which contracts should be negotiated. And there's two sides to every one of these. You know, a fair wage for a fair day's work is an absolutely appropriate standard, but I need to remember that the money comes from taxpayers. So that's the other side of the equation. That's always the other side of the equation, and rightly so. I mean, the employees and the union obviously want to maximize the compensation and the benefits for their workers. I don't blame them. That's their job, and that's what they ought to do. Our job is to say, does this fit within certain parameters? We made a statement. It's right here. Our auditor tells us that they comply with the resolution in substantial measure. My position is always, if the law is what it is, then you should follow the law. Well, I will follow the law. And if I don't like the law, then we ought to change this resolution. That's a pretty straightforward position to take. And since I'm told that it does follow the resolution we passed a year and a half or whenever it was ago, like my fellow members who voted against the first contract, I will support this one. But I wanted to note one other thing before we go. The same burdens that were expressed tonight by a couple of workers are the same burdens that the people who pay taxes, and I'm sure they pay taxes if they own their homes, they're facing the same things. Their health care costs are going up, their grocery bills are going up, their gasoline prices are going up. And to say that the taxpayer has to make sure that a person who is employed by government doesn't suffer or experience, if you would, the same consequences that the taxpayer experiences is not necessarily an appropriate way to go. We're all in the boat together, and particularly when it comes to health care, we're going to have to come up with some solutions that stop, 10% inflation annually, because the union guys can't take it, the taxpayers can't take it, none of us can take it. And so I said this when I was running for re-election a year ago, that health care is going to really be an issue that's got to be addressed by all of us. I'm pleased that we're all making contributions for it, and I think that's something we're just going to have to deal as we go through. And that's all I want to say now. Mr. Clayman's back in the queue, and then Ms. Selcraig. Mr. Clayman.
Just in response to the Chair's comments, I think another role of a community, particularly the city, is to provide some leadership on issues like health care. And if we're going to be a community that really wants to show our support for all the citizens of the community, one of the things we can do is when people work for the community, for the municipality, that we can show that we're going to pay them a living wage, provide them benefits that are fair, and set an example to other businesses and say, if you care about people in this community, you're going to do the same investment. I know when I ran my own business and I had one employee, I didn't go and look at what was the cheapest that I could provide that employee with benefits. I looked at what was the best thing to provide that employee with a decent quality of life, decent health care, and the kinds of things that all employers should provide their employees. And that's why I support the contract. I think Mr. Coffey and I may have some philosophical differences on this. I appreciate his perspective, but I strongly support this contract. Thank you.
Ms. Selcraig.
I, too, will just comment on Mr. Coffey's comments. The municipalities in a position of setting the standard, the state's in this position of setting the standard, and a lot of what's gone on and a lot of what people are feeling in terms of the pinch is that standard has gone further and further down. We used to be one of the best places to work in the country, and if you compare our job pay scale now to other places in the country, we're in the middle or in the lower end. It depends on what jobs you look at. And I think this community has to understand, and I think our leadership has to understand, that we can't save ourselves into the poorhouse. We have to begin to set the standards of the kinds of jobs we want to have here. And the other thing we have to do is begin to do the things that create a community that attract real investment to start revitalizing our economy. And we're doing that in some areas, but certainly there are opportunities laying on the ground that we could put energy into in terms of developing. So I'm really happy to support this, and I think it sets a standard, a minimum standard for this community. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. There's no one else in the queue. Madam Clerk, get us ready to vote, please. Please vote.
Mr. Teshi? Dr. Selkirk?
I hit it. Did it go?
Hit it again. Vote. Well, there you go. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Put it up. All right. That item passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, move for immediate reconsideration, recommend a no vote.
Second.
Okay, can we have this?
I'm sorry.
They need to hit the buttons. You hit your...
I'm sorry. Hang on. What's
You
on?
need to enter this on the system. Alan, if you could...
Alan, hit first motion. There we go. And who seconded it? Mr. Traney? Yeah, Mr. Traney is recognized as the second. Okay, Mr. Teshi moved to immediate reconsideration, urged a no vote. Mr. Traney, second. Do you want to say anything further? All right. Is there anyone who wants to reconsider this matter? No one wishes to reconsider. The motion fails by unanimous consent. Madam Clerk, reflect that there will be no reconsideration of this matter. Go ahead.
We may have a glitch in this. No, this may just
come
be
on.
a system glitch because this records a unanimous yay vote. So I think we have to actually vote to get a nay vote.
Oh, we have to.
Yeah.
Oh, we have to. Okay.
Yeah. No.
Fine. Then put it up.
So it's up.
No. Put it ready for vote.
Sorry.
Okay. We're voting on reconsideration. A yes vote will reconsider. A no vote will not. Please vote.
Mr. Birch?
Dr. Selcraig, you want to reconsider?
No.
No, I know you don't.
Wait a second.
There you go. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. I support this contract strongly, so strong I want to do it again.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you.
That's it. There's no reconsideration. It's a done deal, everybody. Good night. Thank you for coming. All right. Hang on. We're going to just take a minute to let Ms. Gruenstein get organized and all of us to take a deep breath now. And then for me to ask a question. So just everybody relax for a minute.
Okay,
Deb?
Yeah.
I touched the red, but I didn't use this with a pen.
So that I
And I actually then I touched this paper. So that because I actually had been using this. Look, see, it worked. So, but then when it went down to the vote, I used it and it didn't work. So I need to use this. No, I love it. I got it. I mean, I got to do that.
All right, hey, folks, what the problem is we pick all this background noise up on the record, and then we've got a bad record. So if there's conversations, take them out in the hall, if you wouldn't mind, please, and then we will get back to our business as soon as we've got a little more order in the room. And thank you all for showing. Okay, everybody ready to move on? Ms. Osiander.
I would very much like to change the order of the day to take up 11C, 11D, and 11E.
And push your first motion. And Mr. Traney, I understand you're seconding it. Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded to change the order of the day back to take up items 11C, D, and E.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there objection or discussion? No one else is in the queue. Is there any objection? I see no objection. That's what we'll do. All right. That means item 11C is now in front of us. This is old business and unfinished action on closed public hearings. Resolution AR 2007-291 is a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage. Let's see.
Here.
No, I got it. I'm looking for the status.
There was no motion. It was postponed.
There's no motion pending. Is that right, Madam?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Make a motion, please, Ms. Osiander.
Move to approve 291S.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, discuss your motion, Ms. Osiander.
Basically, the S version
please.
Includes updated assessments on the properties to reflect the takings for the right-of-way.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to testify on this? There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. As soon as this... Oh, hang on. Ms. Selcraig wants to speak. Go ahead.
Wait, we need to know what to do.
Wait. Well, she's already put it up to vote. Is there something...
I just wanted clarification from Ms. Osiander regarding what she just said and what it means.
Go ahead, Ms. Osiander. Just hold this right now.
All right.
Go ahead.
There's a sheet that shows the assessment roll, the individual property owners that will be affected by this. It's different on the S version. It's updated.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, we can vote now. Please vote.
Mr. Teshi?
He's out of the room. Reflect the fact that Mr. Teshi's out of the room, completed voting. I don't know what you do. You put him in as
I'll just put abstain.
absent. Very good. Go ahead. That item passes 10-0 with one absent. Ms. Osiander, 11D.
Move to approve the S version.
Second. Thank you. Please push your buttons in order. Ms. Osiander first, then Mr. Starr. Push first motion, Deb. Here.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Starr pushed that. You did. Thank you very much. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander, your motion.
Same issue, updated assessment rule.
Oh, wait.
I'm sorry, what?
It's the same rationale as the previous motion.
Thank you. Ms.
The S
Selcraig.
version has an updated assessment rule.
Ms. Selcraig.
I guess I need some clarification. Maybe I'm a little bit confused, but does this address some of the issues that we talked about in our work session?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Starr.
Just to clarify, the summary document that the original version was based on was full square footage value, and we've since modified it because DOT is taking their land, so they have less square footage to be assessed against. So the numbers are different in the square footage, also carried through the luck rate. So just while I have a moment, I appreciate AWW for their flexibility and their support. All the questions, we probably gave them 10 today, and they came right back with good, solid answers. So I urge support. Thank you.
Okay. I have Ms. Selcraig's back in the queue.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I just need some help here. Under Section 4, there's a line that says, at such times the properties cited on the attached assessment roll connects to the main sewer, the retrospective prorated assessment of the sewer line shall be levied. Now, doesn't that relate to the discussion that we had in terms of prorating it? Or are we talking about a completely different issue?
Ms. Osiander.
This would approve the assessments under the current system that's in place now.
And then?
The discussion we had at the work session was a preliminary look at an alternative assessment. It would not necessarily apply to these. We're approving these under the current system. So all that other is a topic that is going to be considered, but it's not specifically related to this.
And there's no expectations, I guess, is there any expectations that we would go back and reevaluate the connection costs associated with these?
Ms. Osiander?
I'd rather have
Here's
Mr. Primo
who
respond.
can answer all questions relating to sewer and water. Mr. Primo.
Through the chair, Assembly, sewer and water, yes. Assessments, not always. This is an estimated assessment rule, an estimated assessment. So we tell the property owners, should you desire to hook up to this line that's being built in front of your house, we estimate this would be your cost. It is not an assessment. When the property owner actually hooks up into this line, it'll probably about 3 years at the earliest in the future, we would then apply the rules of assessment procedures at that time. And I say that because should we change the methodologies we discussed in the work session on Friday, and should that methodology be in place and in tariffed prior to coming back with a assessment rule for these people to connect, they would then, it would be applicable to them underneath the rules of the tariff at that time.
And that would be true for any project that we brought before us at this time?
That would be correct.
Okay. And the issues associated with averaging that assessment can be addressed in a separate conversation when you bring it back to us?
That is correct. And we expect to be back with you within the next 4 weeks, more or less, with the information memorandum or AAM for discussion purposes to give us direction as discussed in the work session.
Okay. And at that time, will you clarify the allocation of those costs in relation to small and large property owners in terms of what it means now and what it would mean to them later?
We will.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Starr.
I appreciate that. And the alternative discussion that we're having, it's not so much directed at you. I appreciate exploring that concept because, again, if you'll look at the sheet that Sheila, Ms. Selkirk was talking about there, we've got assessments that are getting quite expensive for acre-and-a-half, 2-acre lots. I talked to all three of those folks on the bottom. And mind you, it's $85,000 assessment to hook up to a sewer line. So that's the price of progress, I guess, but basic infrastructure expectations and watershed issues have to be discussed as a community. So a little soapboxing perhaps, but these folks are definitely stepping up to the burdens should they choose. It's not cheap.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you. There's no one else in the queue? No one else at all? Let's get ready to vote. Madam Clerk, please vote on 292S.
Ms. Osiander, Mr. Teshi, Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Teshi and Mr. Trainee are out of the room. All right. And Ms. Osiander voted. That item passed 10-9-0 with 2 absent. I'm going to make a call on the House here in a minute if we start to getting something that has some issue associated with it other than sort of unanimous approvals. We're back to now item 14D, a new public hearing on AR 2008-27. Oh, you hit E. I apologize. 11E. My mistake, everybody. First one of the year.
Move 154S.
Second.
Thank you. We've got Ms. Osiander and Ms. Selkirk. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
After we had this discussion at the last Assembly meeting, I want to particularly thank Chief Goodrich. He helped me arrange a meeting of representatives from various departments to discuss current code issues with mobile home parks. There were representatives from the Fire Department, the Planning Department, Developmental Services, Health Department. And it was an interesting discussion. I learned a lot and basically came up with this substitute version of the ordinance in response to the comments from the various departments. This simplifies the reaction to the problem of the code complaints and basically moves two things. It eliminates the language on prohibition on size of additions that exists, as far as I know, only in the mobile home park section. And as we heard in testimony, it allows the possibility to put a pitched roof on your mobile home if you've got to replace a roof. The pitched roof, though, is very strictly limited to maximum 12 feet in height. So urge support.
Thank you. There's no one else in the queue. Please prepare to vote, Madam Clerk. There we go. Please vote.
Mr. Tesh and Mr. Trainee, still?
No, they're not here. That item passes 9 yes, 2 absent. Here comes Mr. Trainee. I have no idea where Mr. Tesh is. Mr. Trainee is rejoining us. We're on to the next item, which is now 14D, yes, a new public hearing. AR 2008-27, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage approving an alcoholic beverage conditional use for the Embassy Suites Hotel. Public hearing on this item, 14D, is now open. Anyone wishing to testify, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening.
You had
Randy
fun tonight?
Santulli.
Please, go ahead, sir.
We are here to represent Stonebridge Companies, the operator of the Embassy Suites Hotel. Hotel will open on or about June 15th, 2008.
Good.
Sir,
I'm sorry.
the clerk didn't get your name.
Oh.
If you could.
Randy Santulli.
Thank you. You got that, Madam Clerk?
Thank you.
Okay. Now, is there any, that's your presentation. Ms. Osiander, was that why you were here? To
No,
talk
that's
about-
from the previous.
Okay. Mr. Trainee, you have something on the Embassy Suites? You're in the queue. Mike, thanks.
Chairman, there, it's working now. Just a quick question with Embassy Suites. When does the road work end over there? If it's the location I'm thinking about near the Peterson place over there, that road's been shut down now for a couple of years. When's that road going to reopen?
Interesting.
Any idea?
I'm Bill Robinson. I'm the project manager for Stonebridge for the company, here to respond to questions such as this. We had a punch list done on that property late in October, which included replacing one of the curb cut returns, tying that into the adjacent property, and we were too far into the winter season in order to replace that. As soon as we get break up and we get temperatures at an acceptable level to Muni, we will replace that curb cut and then seek final approval from Muni.
No, I've been talking to Ken Peterson there that works for the company or owns the company, and they've had a lot of problem with people coming into their store with that road shut down. So just as soon as you can get that road working again, it would help their business out.
Yes, sir, we are committed to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Osiander.
I had some concern when I read the Planning Department staff analysis. Basically said under the site description of the proposal that you're going to be offering complimentary beer, wine, and mixed drinks at the evening manager's reception.
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
giving away free alcohol?
It is considered part of the room rate, and that is for registered guests only, consistent with other Embassy Suites hotels, in a controlled fashion.
So if you register for a room in the hotel, you have a free an open bar?
Between the hours of 5 and 7, there's what is considered a hospitality reception, which offers complimentary snacks, hors d'oeuvres, and beer, wine, and mixed drinks for registered guests, generally controlled on about a 2-drink limit per evening, per person.
What does generally controlled mean?
At the time of registration, each guest will be given a pass with 2 coupons in order to get complimentary drinks. Of course, we would limit this for registered guests, so nobody from the outside would be able to participate in the beverages. and we would control that on 2 drinks per evening.
Okay, and do you know if that's done anywhere else in town? This was kind of news to me, it happened, I don't.
Yes, ma'am,
It's common?
All suite hotels typically would provide complimentary breakfast and sometimes an evening reception.
I've heard of the breakfast, I just haven't heard of the drinks.
Yes, ma'am. We also operate the Homewood Suites here in town, and we have an evening hospitality there, and that includes beer and wine in the evening.
On that topic, before we move off it, I have Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, thank you. I've stayed in Embassy Suites before, and I participated with the free breakfast and the complimentary evening social. The question I had was, and it sounds like your other property does this already here in town, or is this another new property coming on board?
No, the Homewood Suites has been in existence for several years.
Yeah. And has this been specifically, I guess, reviewed or asked by the Alcohol and Beverage Control Board about whether or not this is a practice, that's approved by them?
With respect to the Homewood Suites, I believe that is the case.
Okay, very good. As long as Ms. Osiander said that they're aware of it and satisfied that it meets their requirements.
And of course, all applicable associates will go through the TAMS program. And
very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Starr.
Yeah, not on that point, but on recommendation number 5, it talks about the training of the servers and the compliance requirements there. And I have 2 questions, one for the administration and then one for the applicant here. I believe that the TAMS training program now requires the servers that have had the qualifications and those serving have to have the card on possession. Is that as you understand it now?
I believe we need to retain that record at the establishment.
Okay. Mr. Starr, either way, the employee can carry it or the establishment can have it on file. Okay. Either way is permitted.
And I guess for the administration is how do we, this is sort of an assembly resolution statement, but upon demand, who particularly would demand access to the compliance records? How is that done? I don't understand what the entity would be. Is it the police?
Yes. It's APD or ABC board investigators, Mr. Starr. That's been the history of it.
It just, as a reference, is on demand. Who's going to demand?
Cop or investigator from ABC board. They are the ones who ask for it. Show me your TAM card.
I believe that's correct. I'm not aware of any other municipal agency that would make that request.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
There's no one else in the queue. The cautionary on the alcohol in the evening is that there's a law, both in the city and the state, about using free or reduced price alcohol as a marketing device. The key element is if you've vetted it with the ABC board and the staff out there is okay with what you're doing, then it doesn't bother me. But this idea we went through, it was in the happy hours legislation from a decade or 15 years ago. And remember, people used to 6 drinks for $1, and it encouraged overconsumption. Well, you got a 2-drink limit and things like that. And so I would just suggest that you make sure that you're not running afoul of the ABC. But you'd hate to find that out when it comes time for renewal, and we're all sitting here looking at you.
Absolutely, we will comply with every regulation.
All right. There's no one else in the queue. Anyone else wishing to testify on this matter? Thank you, gentlemen. You can. There's no questions. Is anyone at all wishing to testify? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Go ahead.
I'm going to be supporting this.
Well, wait a second. Yeah, okay. Whoa. Folks, look.
Yeah, I moved to approve.
Slow down. Ms. Selcraig moved, right?
Yes.
Mr. Clayman seconded.
Yes.
Race to the box. Go ahead, Ms. Selcraig. You're up. Well, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I thought you called on me. I misunderstood you.
Yeah, I got it. I called on you, but you're not in the queue. So put yourself in the queue.
Oh, okay. I thought since I was moving to approve, it was
Probably
appropriate
would.
for me to speak.
Yes.
Isn't that usually the standard way?
Usually that's the standard
Thank
way.
you, Mr.
But I did
Coffey.
not look down to.
Yes. I just wanted to make sure I knew what I was doing.
I'm not going to respond. I have many smart remarks,
Thank
Ms.
you. I'm
Selcraig.
just
I'll hold
kidding.
that one.
Thank
You're
you
up.
very much. I'm going to support this for numerous reasons. One, it's a very large hotel, and I can imagine there are going to be a lot of people there who might be interested in having a drink in the evening, and I would prefer that they had it in the hotel than they had it outside of the hotel. The other is that I'm quite familiar, not that I've done it a lot of times, but I've stayed in Seattle in places where that, that
4 o'clock to 7 o'clock period, when people are home from shopping, or it's kind of a nice thing to experience, a glass of wine that's downstairs that you can have, and it's a nice way to unwind. I've never, ever seen it be a situation that was where anybody misbehaved, so I'm assuming that it will function that way. It's such a big hotel. I'm hoping that it is a full-service hotel, and for those reasons, I will support this.
Mr. Trainey, then Mr. Clayton.
Thank you. I'm going to support this. I like your location. Happens to be in my district. And it's always good to see you coming to Midtown, because we're building Midtown, and you're part of it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Clayton.
Just want to speak in support of this. I think this is an example of development, very positive development in the community. That was actually a parking lot for many years. There would be kind of a carnival there in the summers, and it was always kind of run down. And to have something really developed there, both in terms of the mall across the street, the mall next door, and the other businesses next door, I think it's just a very positive step for the Midtown area, and I'm very pleased to see it moving forward. And I've driven by many times. It looks good, and looking forward to have you in business.
You're not going to miss the taco stand and the trailer, Mr. Clayton? Thank you. There's no one else in the queue. Let us vote, Madam Chair, or Madam Clerk. Please vote, everyone.
Dr. Selkirk?
Ms. Selkirk, could you vote?
I did. It's lit up.
Now you have. There you go.
No, I'm not voting no. I voted yes.
No, there you are.
Okay, I don't know.
Okay, that's approved unanimously. Thank you very much. We're on item 14E, AR 2008-119, an appropriation of $1,150,000 for maintenance and operations area-wide services. Anyone wishing to testify on AR 2008-19? It's a $1,150,000 appropriation. Anyone at all wishing to testify? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is closed. Ms. Osiander?
Okay.
Mr. Birch, second. Fine. You need to say it, though, folks, because I won't. So moved and seconded, Osiander, Birch. Okay. Any discussion on item 14E? No discussion. We'd like to vote, Madam Clerk. Please vote.
Okay, I just did. Pushed it. Should I push it again? I put. But now, is that no? No means
that item passes unanimously, 11-0. Item 14F, AO 2008-24, an ordinance authorizing a shared common access easement across municipal property. Anyone wishing to be heard on this access easement? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body? Mr. Trainey moved. Mr. Sullivan seconded. Mr. Trainey, any comment?
No.
All right. Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
The person who owns the property, I think several members have been in contact with this gentleman for over the last several years. There's been an awful lot of negotiation going on this particular parcel, and I'm pleased that it looks like it's come to fruition with the access off Tudor Road that the property owner wanted as part of any sales agreement. And I know, I think it was a little bit contentious at some times, but it looks like we have a solution that, in judging by conversation at the break, is amenable to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing no one, Madam Clerk, please get us ready to vote.
I don't.
Everyone, please wait a second. Please vote. Thank you. We're now on item 14G, ordinance 2008-14, an ordinance amending Municipal Code section 1940-100 to authorize a new funding program for roads incorporated into ARDSA. Item 14G, funding for roads in areas incorporated into ARDSA. Anyone wishing to be heard on this matter, anyone wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all?
before you close the public hearing, it's going to be my intent to postpone this item to allow for a work session on March 21st.
Which may result in an amendment, so if you wanted to testify, you can probably be better to wait until then. Ms. Osiander, your motion would be to continue the public hearing and
Yes.
then move for a work session?
Yes.
Okay, make that motion. Nobody showed up to testify.
All right. I move to postpone this matter in order to have a work session on March 21st, and so it would be then heard at the next meeting after that. I don't have the
Get
date.
first motion, please, on
Second.
your motion. Who seconded it?
Second.
Thank you.
Get Johnston.
Come on, folks, when people speak, let's not race to the thing. Fine. Ms. Osiander, we have your motion to postpone till the 21st. Madam Clerk, what does the 21st look like in terms of work session? Do you know?
Yes, I can tell you. I
Thank
think
you.
We talked about this one at 11,
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
we have a RID tentatively scheduled from 10:30.
No.
No, on the
11 to
21st?
12 is what you told me.
Okay. What have you got?
We have a tentative schedule from 10:30 to noon. I don't know if the administration wanted an hour and a half. Did you want an hour and a half on that, or?
An hour.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Can you repeat that?
Yes, why don't you just tell us what you got, and then we'll have a discussion about whether or not we can set this on that date. What do you got?
For a work session on March 21st, we have an RID work session scheduled from 10:30 till noon.
That's this.
Yes.
That's fine.
Would you want an hour and a half or an hour?
1 hour is fine with us.
Okay, we'll adjust the schedule.
And that is
April
this
11.
ordinance.
It's this ordinance and several more general issues as well.
So we don't need, it's already scheduled,
That's apparently so.
and an hour is sufficient.
I believe so.
Madam Clerk, adjust the work schedule to be reflected.
We'll
Is
do
there
it
any
tomorrow.
objection to postponing this matter till the the meeting of the 25th? So we can have a work session on the 21st. Any objection? Madam Clerk, show that motion to continue until that time with the public hearing remaining open was approved unanimously.
Could I have the time again on that, please?
I'm sorry?
Do we have a time set?
It's 11 till noon on 3/21.
There we go. Okay, I have, Ms. Osiander, was that you?
Yes, that was
That's it. Mr. Selcraig, yours was just the time, right? Thank you. Okay. Okay, now we're on item 14H.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Teshi.
Yes, before the chair opens the public hearing, could I indicate to the chair and the assembly that I'm going to move to open the public hearing and continue this matter until the 18th of March for the reason that another version of this ordinance has been prepared by the Department of Law based on additional recommendations from the Parks Board. I received a copy of that just this afternoon. I want to have a look at it. I think it's fine. I would like to offer that to the body. This will be a substitute measure, and I would like to have this back to the body in the next couple of days.
Doesn't require a new introduction. It's the title is okay.
My understanding is that it does not. Perhaps you could check with Mr. Reeves about that.
Sure. Mr. Reeves, an S version will be okay. We don't have anything that requires a title change and reintroduction.
The title has been changed.
Oh.
I haven't looked at it to determine whether it's within the scope, so to speak, of the title of the original measure.
Mr. Chairman?
The reason I ask, of course, Mr. Teshi, is we don't want to anticipate something on the 18th when we don't have anything introduced, and if it does, then can we do this, Mr. Teshi? Could we put this matter off long enough for you to find that out with Mr. Reeves and
I
come
have
back?
it right now, and I have a motion to make. Mr. Chairman,
Okay, go ahead.
first, on AO 2008-34, move to postpone indefinitely.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to postpone 2008-34 indefinitely. I know, I understand that. I'm just going to say, I was going to ask a question. It's been moved and seconded, but before we do that, we need to ask if there's anyone here who wishes to testify on this matter with the understanding that Mr. Teshi is going to introduce a separate version with a new hearing date, right, Mr. Teshi?
That is correct.
March 18th.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay? So we'll have a different version in front of us, so I would suggest that you hold to the one we're actually going to act on before you testify. So if anybody who wants to testify, we noticed a public hearing, you're welcome to come on down. All right, I see no one. So on this one, I can close the public hearing, right? And we can then hear the motion to postpone indefinitely. Is there objection to postponing 2008-34 indefinitely?
We need the motion here.
Okay, Mr. Teshi, push in motion, first motion.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
There you go.
Okay, and Mr. Trainee was the second, and there we go. Okay, now, is there any objection to the indefinite postponement of 2008-34? Reflect a unanimous consent to that motion to postpone, Madam Chair. Mr. Teshi, you have the floor still. You want to introduce
Thank you.
yourself?
Just to advise the Assembly that I will be coming back in the regular course with a new version of the ordinance with these changes. I will bring back a completely new ordinance, so I have no further motions to make at this time.
Okay, you don't want to move to introduce the
No,
amendment
I'm
yet?
not. I'm going to wait.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. Mr. Teshi is going to wait. So now we have the next item in front of us, which is item 14I, ordinance 2008-10, an ordinance to the municipality of Anchorage amending the zoning map. This is something Mr. Trainee introduced, and this involves property off of 49th and 50th Streets in Mr. Trainee and Mr. Coffey's district known as Midtown. And it's a rezone. So, here we are. Public hearing is open. Anyone wishing to testify, please do so. And you need to identify yourself and so on and so forth by name. So, proceed. Hang on a second. Let Mr. Agnew hand out his materials. Thank you, sir. I'll wait a second until we get those out, and then we'll start the clock. Okay. So what do we do?
I can push it up there when you're ready.
Well, okay. It's a new system. I don't know if you've been here all night. Right. What you have in front of you, you want to display, right?
Yeah, I'm plugged in right here.
Okay. Here we go. And the whole room went dark. No. Not tonight, we hope. Here, no input.
That'll be $3 each, please.
What? Hang on a second. Ta-da. I particularly like the BNC in the middle. There we go. Okay. Now, gentlemen, you got 3 minutes. Let's start the clock. Madam Clerk, start the clock again. Let's give them all the time they're entitled to. Go ahead, folks.
Good evening. My name is Richard Michael, and I'm a resident and managing member of Puta Vida LLC, which is why this proposal is before us tonight. I'd like to thank Mr. Trainee and Mr. Coffey for introducing the project and the Assembly for hearing our petition to rezone. I'd also like to introduce and let everyone know that Mr. Agnew of Development Managers is here as an expert in real estate development and can answer any questions pertaining to the consistency of this rezone with the 2020 plan, as well as Mark Ivey, who's done the design work, can answer any questions as to the building design. I'd like to also thank staff for their time on this, as well as Dale and Charlene, who are the property owners to the east of us that are part of the rezone with us. The project, the location is right on Lake Otis Boulevard on East 49th Court, as you can see, in close proximity to the UMed district, hospitals, UAA, schools, on the major transit corridor, which you can see the bus stop right there. The yellow buildings represent other buildings in the area that represent scale from Google Earth, just to show what our buildings look like comparative to those. Our plan is to promote neighborhood revitalization, home ownership, and infill development. And through an innovative and high-quality design, we think we can achieve that. These units will be for-sale units targeted to seniors and young professionals who live in the UMed district and support those professionals. The trail and transit connectivity is, I think, imperative to our target market, which is why we think it'll work well here. I'd like to point out, with this neighborhood revitalization, the existing tax base is around $1.2 million. I think we can achieve upwards of $25 million by the developing of this project. In conclusion, we believe this project fulfills the goals of the COMP 2020 plan by encouraging development in this transit supportive district, and we hope you support us. At this time, if there's any questions, I or Ryan or Steve or my sister Karina could take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mr. Sullivan, then Mr. Trainee. Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you. Just as a disclosure at the start, I did meet with these applicants and reviewed their proposal, and sometimes when these come to us after being denied by planning and zoning, we are advised to put on the record that we did indeed meet with the applicant, and we did discuss the design parameters, the location, and some of the traffic implications. With that on the record, let me ask you guys, you're right near, it looks like, and you've indicated on your map, the UAA UMed district. That's, of course, one of our highest employment centers. What's the, I guess, the feeling of folks in that district? Are they supportive of this? And is that
we have a letter that's included in your packet there from the regional director of Providence, Alaska, and they're very supportive and very excited about the project, as well as some of the surrounding neighbors who are along with the rezone with us.
And in essence, I think they feel that this will help their recruiting of new doctors, nurses, young family professionals.
Absolutely.
In the area. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Just I need to disclose I met with them also, so to keep it on the record. Your development will empty out onto Lake Otis. Have you noticed a reduction in traffic since Elmore Road opened up? Reduction on Lake Otis?
As a resident there, I have noticed it probably at least 50% decrease. Of course, there's no new traffic counts out right now, but I would suspect that it will be somewhere in that range when they come out.
Now, for traffic going in and leaving, they'll be on 49th, they won't be on 50th?
Correct, on 49th Court.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Selcraig?
I've got a couple of questions. Is it in fact, you did get the approval to access Lake Otis going both directions?
Yes, there is no median at that location. It's a full turning movement intersection.
So you worked out that issue. It seemed to me when I read the packet originally that was an issue for transit or transportation.
The traffic engineering comment was relative to direct access from the lot, not from 49th itself.
So you're going up to 49th? I guess
49th is the primary cul-de-sac that services the project and then, of course, intersects Lake Otis.
Right.
There would be no independent driveways. People would, of course, drive onto 49th and then turn onto Lake Otis.
And there's one parking spot available per unit or inside, right?
The covered parking within the structures is one per unit at a minimum, and then additional on-surface exterior parking to meet required code.
Okay,
there's actually some additional parking in the garage as well for the upper units. So there's almost 2 parking stalls for the upper units. So there's additional parking underground as well.
And typically when you do a higher density development, you provide the open space on your property, the kind of the amenity on your property. And I noticed that, in fact, what's happening here is that part of the amenity for these apartments or for these units is going to be their access to the trailway easement that's there. And I'm wondering, I guess what's the rationale for that?
The required yard areas that are required under Title 21 are provided on site. The additional green area or outside park, if you will, is in addition to what is required by Title 21.
Okay. I can tell you that this is a very hard project for me to evaluate because I do recognize that what you're proposing is a nice development and a good development. However, I do think that it stretches and is challenging in the context of you're before us as people we have confidence in and therefore perhaps willing to allow ourselves to do something that we might not do for someone else. And it's a tough decision. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Ms. Silbrich.
I too met with these folks, and I'd like to disclose that. The heights of these buildings, what would be the height of your building, and what is the highest building that is replacing at this point?
That might be a question for Mark. I believe the buildings are, in the special limitations, I believe the building height is no more than 35 feet, and the natural topography of the property sits about 12 feet lower than the surrounding buildings to the east and to the south. So I don't know if we have that photo on our Google Earth, but it shows the rendition of it looking out, and our buildings are at a minimum at or even a little bit less than the surrounding neighborhood. So the building height would be no less or no more than 35 feet.
And there's currently some multi-units there that you plan to tear down, and what are the heights of those at this time?
I think our building, it's a non-conforming eightplex, and I believe it's like 22 feet in height. So, and it would be removed upon development.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Klayman?
Just to make sure I understand, there was a question raised earlier about the traffic pattern, and on Lake Otis at 49th Court, is that a place in Lake Otis where there's actually a fifth lane, so cars that would be heading south would be able to get in that left turn lane and turn left without blocking traffic that's also going southbound?
There is a middle turn lane there.
Okay.
So there is 5 lanes.
All right. Those are the only questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bauer?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have no questions, but I do want to say that I did have a telephonic conversation with the folks here on this. It was totally informational.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Did you meet with the community council?
I'd refer that to Steve.
No, sir. We sought to meet with them, and they did not follow up on our request.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Birch?
I did not have a chance to meet with these folks, although I would have liked to. I just wanted to commend you for what appears to be a great project, well thought out, well situated, and certainly in line with what we're recognizing is going to be a high demand area for basically reasonably priced housing. And it looks like a good program, and good luck with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Klayman?
Just to note, I realized I had not disclosed that I spoke with folks from the project, I think, twice on the phone, never met in person.
Thank you for the disclosure. Well done. Ms. Hosander?
I did not speak with the folks. I do have a couple of concerns after reading the packet and the P&Z hearings. The first is that there was some sense that this was spot zoning. You're basically surrounded by less dense single-family homes, and this is a fairly dense development. The planning department proposed, requested for you to come up with an alternative that had less density on it, and you basically didn't. I'm concerned about that. That's my first issue. My second issue is you basically appears to me to be proposing to use a public right-of-way, street right-of-way, as a park without requesting that that right-of-way be vacated. And that, I think, potentially could be really troublesome and misleading to future residents of your development if they think they've got a park there and then discover, oops, guess not. So I'd like you to address the issue of spot zoning, the issue of why you didn't want to go with the alternative proposed by the planning department, and why you think a street right-of-way should be a park.
Mr. Agnew?
I'd like to address the spot zoning. The authorities are unanimous that a spot zoning occurs where a particular project does not conform to a comprehensive plan or a plan of change that has been implemented by the public authority. In this case, it would be the municipality of Anchorage. The comp plan, the 2020 plan, designates this area as a transit supportive district that will have not less than a density of 8 dwelling units per acre and encourages to have more. When this project is developed at full development, the average density, including the adjoining lands at the current planning and platting and zoning, will be approximately 12.5 dwelling units per acre. So we are not going outside of the comprehensive plan at all.
But that's not what planning staff thought, is it, sir?
And, you know, we differed with planning staff. We tried to explain to the commission that they were looking at our project and not the total area within the quarter mile, that the comprehensive plan directs that the area be examined. For the transit supportive district, and I'm sure Mr. Weaver would agree with me, that you look at the overall density within the quarter mile of the transit supportive district. As to the area that the Laurel Street right-of-way, we are not proposing that that be dedicated as park. What we are proposing is that we would improve it like any other developer might be asked to put in sidewalks or a street light in conjunction with the project. In this case, we're proposing that we would put in a bike path and put in some landscaping and other amenities. The right-of-way would stay in the public domain. If in the future the public decides we need that for a street, it's still in public domain. There can still be a sidewalk to achieve the function of the bike path. There would still obviously be landscaping because it is a 60-foot right-of-way. Traffic never responded or made any objection to our analysis, which showed that 49th Court can handle all the traffic. And we feel very comfortable that, and I'm sure Mr. Weaver would agree, because the Campbell Creek greenbelt in the park surrounding it provides a natural barrier to expansion of developable land in that area. So you really have nowhere further to go to add additional traffic. And I think you had a third question regarding the density that we have proposed and why we did not back off from what was recommended by planning. I think that was your third question. And Mr. Waller would like to address that.
Essentially, we've put together a lot of amenities to try to attract the target market that Richard talked about in seniors and young professionals, and we think that's the best plan to go with based upon the surrounding area, the employment centers. And if we start to decrease the number of units, then we find that it's going to be hard to provide some of those amenities for that target price, for that target market. So that was the concern that we had. We think it's the best project for this particular area, but if the Assembly thinks that the numbers should be a different number, then we'll be amenable to that.
Well, I certainly have to assure you that it looks like a quality development. I just wish it didn't have single-family homes around it, and I wish it were in a slightly different location. So I do have some concerns, but I'll be interested in hearing discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Traney.
Just, Debbie, living in that area, I will tell you that the housing they wanted them to build, you would not want. Because if you go right down the street, about a quarter of a mile, you're going into site condos. And I'm more than happy to take you there. This is a heck of a lot better than what P&Z was asking them to build. Because I would not want those type of site condos in this district. Takes the neighborhood down. This is going to benefit the neighborhood, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Ms. Selcraig?
I have a question about the mass as well. And also, the recommendation initially from the Planning and Zoning Commission was for you to sit down and work with the municipality and the administration in terms of making some adjustments. It would be a lot easier for me to support this if it were not three-story buildings sitting in that area. I mean, three-story buildings are fairly high. They cast a pretty big shadow. They're close to an area that's currently already used as a park. So why was it that the fact is that you're getting a fair amount of density on this, well above what was initially anticipated by the planning department. why was it impossible for you to scale this, why weren't you able to scale this project back a bit?
One of the main concerns, I think, is you start to get down to that area where there's an income-generating property already on one of the 3 lots. So if you start to dwindle it down to that point, you're going to be building something with larger square footage, which is going to, one, not go to our target market, but also it's going to take a lot more investment in order to get that income-generating property and mow it down and build something new. We actually think that it's going to get to a point where the economics are not going to be feasible to potentially do this project at all and revitalize the area.
Okay, thank you.
In addition to that, too, the reason to your overshadowing and, the reduction of sunlight, the reason why Mark, initially we had 3 buildings designed, and one of the things Mark thought of was, well, hey, let's turn the buildings and put it into 6 buildings, so there is maximization of light, and so that's why, we didn't do the 3 buildings, so to answer your question.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in the queue? No one is in the queue. Thank you. I'm going to ask if anybody else would like to be heard on this matter. Anyone else wishing to testify?
Thank you.
When these gentlemen clear. I see them. No, just as soon as they get out of the way, you get to come down. Thank you. Come forward and please do. Give us your name and...
My name's Paul Benson, and I just wanted a question to these folks. I was wondering, you say you didn't get any follow-up from the community council?
I'm sorry, you should be addressing your comments to us, and if you'd like to take a moment to privately ask them, I'll see if anybody else wants to testify. Otherwise, tell us what you think about this.
Well, I'm concerned that there may not have been enough effort to involve the community council in consultation on this. I'm not aware of the history in the relationship, and I'd just like to know what efforts were made and why the lack of follow-through, because I think that it's really in the community's best interest to have the council's input on this.
Thank you. Ms. Selcraig?
I'm just curious, do you live near this development, or what brought you down here tonight to comment on it?
I just been coming down to the assembly chambers lately just to watch the proceedings and stuff. I live in Fairview.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Mr. Klayman?
I would just note in answer to the questions raised, we did receive an email from the local community council that indicated that community council was opposed to it, but I don't see anyone from the community council here.
Thank you. And anyone else wishing to testify on this matter? Anyone at all? I'm going to close the public hearing if no one comes forward. Public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body? Mr. Training? He's not here. Sorry.
Move to approve.
Thank you. And Mr. Sullivan seconded. Okay. Ms. Osiander?
I just have some questions.
Go ahead. And my mic's on. Ms. Osiander, is your mic on?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, then Barbara's asking me, so I'm asking you.
Okay.
Okay. Careful, I'll delete you here.
Mr. Weaver, the special limitations. In the analysis of staff, if I read this correctly, you said that though there were some verbal agreements to the special limitations, there was nothing specific in here that would require. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
What
Did I
page are
read
you
that
referring to,
correctly?
Ms. Osiander, if
Well,
you can find it?
unfortunately, it's multiple pages. First, I was looking at the planning staff analysis, which was on page 100. They made a recommendation that included some district-specific standards. And then in another place, and I'm quickly trying to find it,
Okay.
there was some comment by Ms. Chambers that, let me see if I can find it. Shoot. I guess it's on page 21, the minutes of the commission meeting.
Okay, because he's going to go.
Ms. Chambers said, the special limitations proposed by the petitioner and the alternative special limitations proposed by staff do not reference a specific site plan, so there are no assurances in that regard. And I guess that confused me.
Mr. Chairman, Sosiander, I believe what she's referring to is there was no direct special limitation with respect to access to Laurel Street or prohibiting access to Laurel Street. Although petitioner's site plan obviously showed that as open space being municipal right-of-way being used as open space and a trail through there. And I think that was pretty much her, the site plan showed that, but there were no limitations proposed. There are no limitations proposed on this ordinance as well that have to do with access to Laurel Street. It was of concern that this project not access the other streets which have poor infrastructure improvements. Street itself, 49th Court, is basically strip paved, and it's in similar condition as to the surrounding streets.
Is there any place in the documentation, the paperwork that we have, where the planning department proposed those specific limitations?
Mr. Chairman, Associated, those were just verbally discussed back and forth between the applicant and staff. It was alluded to in the hearing, as you mentioned, on the minutes of the Planning Commission. But that was one particular issue for us, yes.
If I could ask the applicants,
of course,
wouldn't mind, why those special limitations are not included.
Which special limitation?
Well,
the one on 100?
The ones that Mr. Weaver just went over, specifically the access and the Laurel Street issue.
I do not know. We have special limitations proposed, and they are in the form of the ordinance that is before you. I do not know why the clause or phrase referencing the site plan did not make it in there. Because in these special limitations that I submitted to the department, we, of course, affirmed that the site plan we submitted would be developed and that there would be an administrative site plan review to ensure that that was the case.
So you would not object
No, ma'am.
to
No, ma'am.
a special limitation that clarified that access issue, particularly towards Laurel? Mr. Weaver, did I phrase that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm sorry, just to be sure, it's an administrative site plan review. You don't want to just limit it to access to Laurel. You want, thank you.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, we want to prohibit access to Laurel Street.
Okay. But the administrative site plan review would, of its nature, be beyond that. You would also do other things, yes or no?
Yes, sir. We'd be looking for compliance with what was submitted to the department and the Planning Commission, the architectural renderings by Mr. Ivey, the conceptual site plan that was presented to staff and the Planning Commission. Those are the issues that we would be looking for with the administrative site plan.
Go ahead, Mr. Osiander.
Mr. Weaver, could you give me a little assistance here? If assuming that I wanted to propose an amendment to add that special limitation prohibiting access to Laurel, where would I do that?
Mr. Chairman, Associate, I would just add an F to Section 2, an F and a G if you wanted to prohibit access to Laurel Street with an F provision and a G, administrative site plan reviewed by the department.
Mr. Chairman, would I need to, if I could have a minute, actually I'm going to request Mr. Weaver.
Well, okay, why don't you let's see, I've got others in the queue. You want to do two things, prohibit access to Laurel by special limitation, and G, require an administrative site plan review.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I don't, apparently I need to have that written. And so
Yeah, well,
I just wanted to run it by Mr. Weaver.
What I would like is Mr. Weaver to draw it while we're having further deliberations, and he can bring the language to Ms. Selcraig, and she can make the motion. I'm sorry, Ms. Selcraig, she can bring it to Ms. Osiander. And the reason I said Ms. Selcraig is because she's next in the queue. So I'm going to release you, Ms. Osiander, from your inquiry and ask Ms. Selcraig.
I'm going to be happy to support Ms. Osiander's recommendation for those additional conditions. And the applicants are already on record tonight indicating that their primary and only access then is off of Tudor. That's correct?
Lake Otis.
I mean Lake Otis, rather. Right. I'm sorry, Lake Otis. And so what that would do is that would automatically preclude your access onto Laurel, right? Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. And so I will just look forward to those
Mr.
amendments. Thank
Agnew,
you.
that would be to your east side of your property, access onto Laurel Street, right?
Yes, if I may clarify that point, which was the point of my discussion with Mr. Weaver a moment ago. The access that is shown on the site plan to Laurel Street is a secondary emergency vehicle access, so that if a fire truck, for whatever reason, could not get to the property from Lake Otis, there would be a second paved means for the fire truck to drive up Laurel and get onto the property.
Okay.
Is that going to be available to the public for ingress and egress?
No, it is not available for ordinary vehicle access.
Thank you. Ms. Selcraig?
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Do you have any problem with these two conditions that you've heard?
No, we're fine with those.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, the emergency access that was just discussed on Laurel, we have in our packet visuals of the Highlands, and they have a similar emergency access. It looks like at the rear of their project. It'd be something similar to that then?
It'd be identical to that, most likely, yes.
Very good.
And that's what we geared it off of.
Yeah. Pages 52 and 54 of the packet shows those kind of access points. Yes.
Thank you. Toward the back, everyone, under similar projects. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, for that. I have no one else in the queue. Ms. Osiander is almost there. Why don't we take a brief, if I might suspend this, Mr. Teshi, might be a good opportunity for you to proceed with your...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could pass out an ordinance prepared by the Department of Law that I've had
We
a
are
chance
changing
in
the order of the
last
day
week.
on direction of the chair. Go ahead, Mr. Teshi.
Thank you. This is a replacement. This is a replacement for item 14H, AO 2008-34. I would like to move to introduce an unnumbered ordinance 2008.
9F9, everyone. It's Mr. Teshi said he was going to introduce it. He vetted it during the past few weeks. Lay one down for Ms. Osiander, if you would, Ms. Johnston. Go ahead, Mr. Teshi. You have a motion to introduce.
If I could read the ordinance into the record just by title only.
Yes.
An ordinance enacting the Parks and Trails Legacy Act of 2008 and amending Anchorage Municipal Code to enact a new Chapter 225.85.
Second. And your motion is to introduce. Mr. Trainee seconds. I need a third.
Third. I seconded Mr. Trainee's third.
I'm sorry. Okay. Let the record reflect that Mr. Teshi introduced, Mr. Sullivan seconded, Mr. Trainee third. This is now before us. Public hearing date is not in the ordinance, Mr.
And I
Teshi.
request the 25th of March.
25th of March it is. Public hearing on the new ordinance Mr. Teshi just introduced. We afforded him that opportunity because Ms. Osiander is working some amendment language. No one objected, so that is will now be in front of us on the 25th. Thank you, Mr. Teshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tonight. You bet. Okay.
How
close are we down there? Just a sec. 2 minutes. Ms. Selcraig?
I'd like my name to be listed with Mr. Teshi on the ordinance that we just...
As a sponsor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk. You can do that when we get a number for it. Okay.
Can I just have a second?
We're going to stand down for a minute. Well, they finished.
Okay. Trying to figure out how to add this. Right, it's 7. I
I'd
already
like
added it.
A couple of more minutes, folks, and we'll come back to order.
What about?
Don't take too long, Steve. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Osiander, you had an amendment.
I do, sir. I have two.
Please push your motion button.
I did,
Thank
sir.
you. Okay, make your motion.
All right, a new F. There shall be no direct vehicle access to Laurel Street from the property other than fire and emergency access. That's the first.
That's seconded by Ms. Selkirk. You want to do them one at a time, or you want to do them together?
I don't care. You want me to do the other?
I think the other one's fine, too. Read them
All
both.
right, and then a new G. The development shall require an administrative site plan review by the Planning Department for compliance with the concept site plan presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission dated 10/29/07.
And that's also seconded by Ms. Selkirk. Is that right? Okay. We have two amendments in front of us. I'm going to give it to the clerk, if I might. So she has it. And if anybody wants any further clarification, let's have it. Discussion, Ms. Osiander?
No, we've discussed it.
Discussion, Ms. Selkirk?
Just like to point out, I believe it was Mr. Tesche's intention to bring forward the Planning and Zoning Commission's
Trainee, you mean?
I mean, Mr. Trainey's.
Is that from me? It's
Yeah, thank you. It is. I'm sorry, Mr. Trainey. Excuse me, Mr. Tesche.
Stop.
Hush,
Yeah.
hush. Come on, it's getting late. Let's go.
Mr. Trainey, it was my impression, that you actually, your intent was to bring forward the Planning and Zoning Commission document in its fullest form, and for us to actually be evaluating that, and that these two items were left out unintentionally. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in a sense, what we're doing is we're correcting it so that we're basically looking at a document that reflects what Planning and Zoning Commission reviews. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I have no one else in the queue right now. Is there any objection to the two amendments? We did ask the petitioners, and they are in concurrence. We asked Mr. Weaver, and he's in concurrence. So does anybody have any further comments or questions? Let's just put it down as unanimous consent. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Olsen. Okay. Unanimous consent to the amendments without objection. Okay. Now, on the main motion, but before we get there, what did we vote on?
My two amendments.
I just thought I didn't. Fine. It passes. Okay. Now, from the Department of Law, there was a discussion in the break. from either Mr. Reeves or Ms. Tucker about the change in, about the adoption of, an approval of this. Do we require a statement to the effect that notwithstanding the provisions of Title 21 with an appropriate citation, this matter is being, not being remanded or whatever it is to Planning and Zoning? Ms. Tucker or Mr. Reeves? This is in light of the Gleason decision in the Walmart case. Can somebody help over there?
I pushed my button on the screen, sir.
Okay, you're there. I'm asking. Go.
And it would be notwithstanding AMC 212120.
Speak into your mic. We didn't hear.
Notwithstanding AMC 212120, which has, as Judge Gleason set out, limited the assembly to one of 4 alternatives. And so those alternatives being that the assembly could approve the zoning map amendment as submitted, approve the zoning map amended with changes, but such changes must be at least as restrictive as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Third alternative is to disapprove the amendment, or the fourth alternative, remand the amendment to the Planning and Zoning Commission for its consideration. So if the assembly was going forward under the current ordinance and Judge Gleason's opinion and approving something, approving the amendment with restrictions that are not as least as restrictive as recommended by Planning and Zoning, which in this case would seem that, then you would want to make sure that there was this explicit waiver of that section on the record.
All right. Here's my take, and the reason I asked the question. The Planning and Zoning Commission said no. If we say yes in any form, it seems we're being less restrictive. What we are actually doing is, if we approve it as amended, we will be approving it as proposed to Planning and Zoning. Planning and Zoning rejected it, my understanding, because they didn't like the density. So it seems to me almost under any circumstance we are, quote, being less restrictive, whatever that really means. It seems to me that's a foolish law because they are recommenders and we are ordinance adopters, but that is nonetheless the law. So you say we should say, notwithstanding 2120, what? Give me I just didn't hear.
It's 2120-120.
Thank you.
And you would want to make sure that it was clear that your intent in that notwithstanding is to waive those provisions, and by ordinance in this case, because it's approval by the amount of assembly members necessary to approve an override of P&Z, that you were approving the
only takes 6 votes, right?
Changes with specific acknowledgement that they were not at least as restrictive.
I think this.
All right. We may come back to this. Ms. Osiander, you're in the queue.
Move that this be remanded back to P&Z. I can't do a motion. Why can't I do a motion?
Because you didn't get a second.
Well, I should be able to.
Hang on, folks.
For discussion, I'll second it.
Wait.
I just want to hear what you have to say.
Because it should go back.
Mr. Coffey.
Until we fix the law.
Mr. Coffey, if I could, I know it's out of order, but
I know you're not out of order, Mr. Klayman. Go ahead, please. I recognize you, and I don't right now care much about the order. Go ahead.
As I read the Gleason decision,
yes,
when we get the sequence that I read the Gleason decision is this package comes to Planning and Zoning.
Yes.
And it goes to them and they take a look at it and they say up or down. If they say down, it comes to us. If they say up, it comes to us. Here,
quite.
Okay, but in the most simplistic terms,
yes,
they get a package, they don't recommend it, and it comes to us for our consideration.
Okay.
That's where we are today. As I read the Gleason decision, if we want to approve it with substantial changes from what it first came in front of planning and zoning, we have to send it back to planning and zoning. And my reading of the Gleason decision is that I think if we make a specific finding that the changes that are being proposed in this amendment don't constitute substantial changes in the original proposal, then it's fair for us to consider it, even though it is a little bit different than what planning and zoning considered. If we were substantially changing the deal, then I think the Gleason says we send it back to planning and zoning and get another recommendation. But I don't think we're making that substantial change, and because there's not, and I think we need to make a specific finding that we don't see. I don't think we want to waive the requirements. I think we want to, as a body, find that these changes are not substantial, and that's why we feel it's appropriate to go forward.
I have Ms. Selcraig.
Point of order. There was a motion that was seconded on the floor, sir.
That's being addressed as to why we should or shouldn't remand it to P&Z.
Okay,
Right, and this is on the motion, and I would like to remind again the question that I asked Mr. Trainee, which is, was his intent in this motion to be identical to what P&Z intended? And the fact is it's identical, so the issue is not, I mean, we're kind of mixed up because we had to do this amendment, but the amendment really brought it in line with what P&Z looked at. That's right. And so we are no longer more restrictive or less restrictive. We are looking at what P&Z looked at. So, moving into this whole other thing about justifying why we're changing it, the intent of that motion was to not change it, to bring it in line with what P&Z did. So it does not require a revisiting to P&Z based on some changes we're recommending, because we're looking, as I assume we're looking at the same information that P&Z looked at, and we're discerning whether or not we support it.
Thank you. Mr. Birch?
I'm just would speak in support of this, or I said not in support of the deferral back to P&Z. I think for some of the reasons stated earlier, I think we just need to make sure we have a finding. I think it's just I think it's nuts that we got ourselves wrapped around the axle on things like this when in fact we've got to, when this comes in front of us, we have to make a decision. We listen to the public, and we need to make move forward with this. And I would speak against the motion to throw it back to P&Z.
I'm going to go to Mr. Trainee first because I want to give Ms. Osiander the last word. Mr. Trainee.
I think, as Sheila said, this is just an agreement in line with what we had out of P&Z with those two little clauses, one's with Laurel and the others with the site plan review going back. So I would not approve sending this back to P&Z. I think this thing is ripe to be approved by us now.
Pardon me, I didn't mean to cut you off. Ms.
All right.
Osiander.
I'm not going to belabor it. My read of that decision is a little bit different. I was also extremely frustrated with the decision, and I did want to share with the body that there is a attempt to fix it in the works that hopefully can lay on the table at our next meeting or get out earlier so that we don't have to deal with this. I'll just drop it at that, and then I'd like to speak to the main.
Yeah, well, let's get this. And I don't think there's anything more on the motion to remand to P&Z. So let's vote on whether or not to remand to P&Z, Madam Clerk. Please vote. That's it. That motion fails unanimously, so we will not remand to P&Z. Before we go further on the main motion, I have a procedural question for the lawyers or for anybody on the body. Mr. Klayman suggested the making of a finding. Would we make the finding after we've passed this? Assuming we pass it. If we do, would we make that finding then? I would think that that's when it would be appropriate.
We vote.
After the matter is either passed or failed. If it passes, we need the finding. Is that, anybody disagree with that? Mr. Teshi, you disagree or you want to comment?
I disagree, and I'd like to comment.
Please, go ahead.
I would recommend if the body is going to entertain the idea of some sort of finding recommended by Mr. Klayman, that be done before the vote is taken so the vote reflects consideration of the finding. If you do it after, I think it raises the issue of whether the Assembly really consider that. So I would recommend if the Assembly wants to do that, it's up to the body, but I would recommend doing it before you consider the main motion.
Okay. While you have the floor, I want to ask you another question. Should we incorporate it into the ordinance? Or can just a finding standing by itself be sufficient in your judgment?
I've seen it both ways, but if a finding is sufficiently clear on the record of the proceeding, that's probably okay, but I'd defer to Mr. Reeves on that.
Yes, but I'd like to get the body's opinion. Mr. Klayman, do you have an opinion on whether or not it ought to be in the text of the ordinance, or whether just a standalone finding is sufficient?
I believe a standalone finding is sufficient, but I do think it should proceed the vote on the underlying motion.
Thank you. Okay, two lawyers over there, concurrence with what Mr. Teshi and Mr. Klayman said. Bring it up first, but it doesn't have to be incorporated. Mr. Klayman can put them on the record. I would recognize Mr. Klayman. Mr. Reeves, go ahead.
I agree that it may be done by a separate finding that should be adopted before you act on the main motion.
Thank you.
I want to reiterate, though, the advice that you received from Ms. Tucker. I think she's right that it would be prudent to include a notwithstanding provision just as a precaution.
In the ordinance or is in the findings?
In the ordinance.
And where? Right
I think the ordinance should include that clause that she suggested, which would say, notwithstanding, I'm going to vary it slightly, notwithstanding any limitation that might otherwise apply.
Please write it for us while we're talking about Mr. Klayman's finding, which doesn't have to be incorporated and just needs to be clear but not necessarily in writing. Mr. Klayman, I recognize you. Could you please proceed with the finding?
The finding is that to the extent the proposal as amended is a variance at some degree from what was presented originally to the Planning and Zoning Commission, we find that the change is minor and not significant for purposes of our consideration of this topic, or actually of this rezone.
Why does it have to be I'm getting whispers in my ears. It has to be written. Why does it have to be written? It's on the record.
Yeah, mine doesn't need to be written. You just need a record of it in the minutes.
Does anybody, Mr. Reeves, Ms. Tucker, does the finding need to be written? Excuse me, over there, Department of Law. Well,
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at the decision by Judge Gleason, which interprets the ordinance.
yeah, but the question is, right now, does the finding that Mr. Klayman has just proposed have to be written? Or can it be oral?
It can be oral.
Is Mr. Teshi, you're out of view. Do you concur?
Well, let me put it this way.
Yes, I concur. I concur. Oral is okay.
It's an oral amendment to the pending measure.
No, it's not an amendment. We're not amending the ordinance. It's a finding.
It's part of your finding, then, I understand.
I think it can be oral as well, just whether it's clear. Mr. Klayman, for clarity, I'm taking it to mean that you understand in those circumstances where we might have to remand, that would result from some substantial, significant material change from what was considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And what we have before us with the amended ordinance is substantially the same as what they considered. Am I right in my understanding of your motion?
That's correct. To analogize, it started out as a chicken and it's still a chicken. It hasn't become a dog.
I'm glad, because we'd have to deal with baseball fields then. Thank you. All right. We're just for clarity, folks, we got a decision from the Superior Court that just spun our heads around insofar as who gets to wag the dog. Is it the tail? Is it the dog or the Planning and Zoning Commission? So that's why we're wrestling with this. All right. I have Ms. Osiander in queue. Go ahead. Okay, not on the finding. Is anyone in the queue on the finding? If so, raise your hand. No. Mr. Birch, you're not even in the queue. Please do so. Mr. Klayman, stop. What's the problem? Please, what's your point of order?
If you have something that is moved and seconded, it has to be reflected in the minutes. And as such, how can it be oral? Because it has to be typed and included in the minutes.
That's why we record. It would be very easy to type it.
Mr. Chairman.
No? Yes? Mr. Sullivan.
If I might suggest,
please,
why don't we just add a Section 5 that reads, "The Assembly finds that this ordinance amending the zoning map does not materially change the ordinance that was considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission."
Mr. Clayman, Mr. Teshi, Mr. Reeves, Ms. Tucker, comment? Somebody? Is Mr. Sullivan right?
It's fine.
Either way is fine with me.
That way it's officially on the record and I can give it in writing to the clerk.
Would you do that, please?
Yes. So I move to add Section 5.
Second.
Okay,
Third.
please push your motion button.
Yeah.
Mr. Birch? Okay, Mr. Trainee beat you to it. Fine. And you will produce that in writing?
Yes, I'm giving it to the clerk right now.
Okay. And then I'll have the clerk read it to us again.
And then, while I still have the floor, Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
I would also suggest an amendment that before line 16 on page 1, where it reads, "The Assembly, Anchorage Assembly ordains."
Let's do one at a time.
Okay. Well, it's all part of the same. Okay.
Oh, is it part of the same?
Well, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Yep. Was that approved, though?
No, we're waiting for you to bring it down here so we can read it clearly by the clerk and anybody can ask what it says. And the findings that support this are the ones that Mr. Clayman stated and I commented on. The chicken and the chicken. There we go. Go ahead. Read it.
A new Section 5 on line 15 of page 2. Section 5, the Assembly finds that this ordinance amending the zoning map does not materially change the ordinance that was considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay. Is there, and there's it's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? I think we've exhausted it.
Ask unanimous.
No.
What do you want to do, Madam Clerk?
I'm just trying to find, where's the amend?
Give her a chance to get the machine with us.
Oh, yep. Right there. Okay. Okay. So do you want a unanimous yea?
We're ready to vote on the amendment to add number 5.
Ask unanimous.
I'll ask unanimous consent. Is there objection to that? Is it consent? Unanimous consent has been requested. It's, Madam Clerk, without objection, it's been approved by unanimous consent. Okay.
And if I could continue then.
Mr. Sullivan, you have the floor.
Then on page 1 on line 15, I would add language that reads, and I'll move language that reads, notwithstanding any limitation that might otherwise apply, the Anchorage Assembly ordains.
Okay. Got it. Is it written?
Second.
It is.
And it's been moved and seconded, and it's written, and you can give it to the clerk?
I'm giving it to her now.
And it's the notwithstanding language that's been discussed. Is there any further discussion on this?
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry, Mr. Teshi, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Notwithstanding anything that would apply, like the Home Rule Charter or the Constitution? Well, Mr. Sullivan is, of course, going to say no, but shouldn't that be more like what Ms. Tucker had proposed, some specific reference to a provision within Title 21 that is being basically set aside? This is incredibly broad.
Well, this is what Mr. Reeves suggested, Mr. Teshi, but I do have the language there that says notwithstanding, I had as an option, notwithstanding other language that might otherwise apply in 21-21-20.
That would be it.
Notwithstanding any limitation that might apply under 21-20-120.
I think that would be a lot more surgical, a lot better.
I think you're right, and I think the motion and without objection, Mr. Sullivan,
Yep.
Mr. Trainee, that's okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Read it again?
Very good.
Do you want me to read it again?
Yes, read it one more time.
Okay. This is the beginning of line 16 on page 1. Notwithstanding any limitation that might otherwise apply under AMC 21-20-120, the Anchorage Assembly ordains.
Okay.
Ask unanimous.
Is there objection to unanimous consent of this amendment? Seeing none, that amendment is approved. Unanimous consent. Madam Chair? Okay. Is there any other amendments that are necessary? We've got F and G in, and we've got the clarity on the notwithstanding and on the findings. Okay. On the main motion, Ms. Osiander.
Thank you. I have spent now 4.5 years kind of breathing Title 21. And every once in a while I shudder that I breathed Title 21 for that long and that there's still so much of it to do. But a couple of things, kind of basic issues, have grown into me over that 4.5 years. Not like tumors, Mr. Coffey, but yes, you did. One of them is the importance of buffering varying densities of neighborhoods. This issue has come up again and again and again, most recently in my district between an old established single-family neighborhood and a proposed high-density right behind Eagle River Shopping Center. The discussion about buffering, the discussion about graduated height, and the discussion about somehow integrating neighborhoods has resonated with me to the point where it's very difficult for me to overcome. And that is the main objection that I see to this. On the contrary side, it appears to be an extremely attractive, well-designed property that will fill a significant need in Midtown. If there had been some greater discussion about that differing density, I could probably swallow and live with this. But if you look at the map, it's true there's that large property, that church on one side, but there's single-family R2A, which is fairly, I don't know the density off the top of my head, but it's not really very dense in comparison. This is a single-family houses and then a great big mass. So I'm not going to be supporting because of that. Thank you.
Anyone else in the queue? There's no one there.
Wait,
I'm going to ask again because
I was in and I disappeared.
You're in. Go ahead.
I came in tonight not sure what I was going to do with this. I leaned towards not supporting it initially. However, I do think that, and I completely agree with Ms. Osiander about the issue of our work in Title 21 and the issue of development's compatibility in relation to what's next to them. And I think that our new Title 21 still has major issues in that area. However, the staff report and the comments from P&Z both talk about an average unit per acre of 8 units, which is different than a mandated unit per acre. And, you know, the comp plan also talks about the importance of providing quality neighborhoods close to areas where people are working, and we do have the UMed district nearby. The comp plan also addresses the importance of quality neighborhoods near transportation corridors. And what is the struggle with this vote for me is that under the existing code, more than likely, we aren't producing quality neighborhoods. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, my choice today is to vote for a high-density project that pushes that edge in terms of density, or what we're getting on a daily basis in my part of town, which is condominiums paved up to their front door with no site plan considerations at all. So I am going to vote for this. It'll probably be one of the few times that I can think of in my life that I will overrule P&Z. But I'm overruling P&Z because I actually think that this project addresses our intention in this community about building quality neighborhoods and about a new kind of development. And I would, in doing this, I would invite Mr. Ivey to take some time with us on Tuesday mornings at 9 o'clock and sit with us. Thursday mornings, Thursday mornings, no, I'm serious, and sit with us and put some time into the revision of Title 21 so that you're not down here in the future asking us to adjust ourselves to do good development. And, you know, it's going to take attention from people who know what they're doing in site design to make this a better code. And I'll tell you, at this point, and with all respect to my partners who have been working at this for 4 years, I've only been looking at it for a year. I look at those setback tables, and I look at what we've got right now, and I don't see much different than what we've been doing. And so, in order, I guess I'm asking for your help here, and for your appreciation of how difficult this is in light of what our current codes are. But I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. We live in this district. I see this piece of property every day for the last 27 years. And this area needs redeveloped. And that's what this project will do. It's going to bring affordable housing into our neighborhood. And for years we've been talking about increased density along different corridors, Lake Otis being one of them. With Waldron now being active, we reduced the traffic on Lake Otis. This provides some good housing for people working at the UMed district. I want to see this approved. I intend to vote for it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Teshi.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I've looked at this, and I think three reasons convince me that I should support this. The first is that the proposal does have the support of the two members of this district, and I think that if it did have problems, we would hear first from those members. We haven't. In fact, we've heard nothing but enthusiasm for the project. Secondly, the involvement of Mr. Ivey. He's got an excellent reputation in this community, and I think he'll do just as good with this project as he has in so many other areas of town. I think the third reason is that if you look at the existing neighborhood right now, it's a neighborhood that should be on the mend, and with this project, it is a neighborhood that will be on the mend. And if we look at what is proposed here and what most likely will be developed, I would pay this project a high compliment and say it's going to look like downtown. So for all those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I will be voting in favor of the ordinance.
Thank you. No one else in the queue. I'm sorry. Of the motion itself. Who were the movers and seconders of the original motion to approve?
I think I moved, didn't I?
I don't know. I'm asking. Mr. Trainee and Ms. Selcraig.
Yes.
Who moved?
Trainee.
And Ms. Selcraig seconded. There we go. That's the record. Okay. Yeah, she's got it now.
There you go.
Now, okay, there's no one else in the queue beyond that procedural point. I wanted to say I met with Mr. Agnew. I also want to say Mr. Agnew is my partner in the Alaska Aces. We have no other business connections, but I've known Mr. Agnew for many years, and I consider Mr. Agnew a friend. It doesn't make any difference to me, however, I would vote against him or I would not, depending on the merits of the case. So he was an information provider, and I appreciated the information. Secondly, after meeting with Mr. Agnew, I went out and drove 49th and 50th and Laurel and looked at different parcels. And I note two things. Number one, there's some nice homes adjacent there. And there's some very old properties, which someone may consider a nice home, but their useful life is clearly coming to an end. We're going to have problems like this or issues like this as our density of our town increases and as particularly in places near and adjacent to the UMed district that require us to make sometimes difficult choices. And this is not necessarily easy. There's some things in the planning and zoning package from local people who were talking about the fact that they didn't like the higher density. One was worried about traffic on Lake Otis. Another was worried about kids, are the schools adequate to handle the additional children? And frankly, I don't know the answers to either one of those questions. I mean, how many 96 units and how many families and how many kids and so on. But basically, this will have some adjacency impacts on what is otherwise an R2A zone. But if the comp plan is to mean anything, and the transit-supported corridors are to mean anything, and if the demands of the Providence Hospital and the other institutions in the UMed district are to mean anything, then we need to approve a very high-quality development such as this. This, from everything I've seen and from the people I know, this is first class. The only thing that would be an impediment is we're concerned about those who are living in the area, which is a legitimate concern, but not sufficient in my mind to warrant a denial of this rezone. I'm sorry that planning and zoning didn't do what I would have thought a better job. They started to bargain with the petitioner on would you take half the units and this and that. Well, that doesn't solve the problem, and I didn't want to engage in it here. So I think we've we've done the right thing. I think we've adopted it, and I support Mr. Clayman's findings 100%. And I will be in support of this for all the reasons stated, including that in the findings and that in the amendments. Now, Ms. Osiander asked me if I have a potential conflict. And let's get it on the record. And then, Ms. Osiander, you can rule. Mr. Agnew and I each own 1/8 of the Alaska Aces. This has nothing to do with the Alaska Aces. I don't have a financial interest in this project or anything else with Mr. Agnew. So the question is, to me, is there a personal conflict? And I say to you, I don't have any doubt I can vote the public interest here. Mr. Agnew and I may agree, we may disagree. It doesn't matter. On something like this, it's very easy for me to say without equivocation that the public interest is the interest I will vote, and the private interest, frankly, they don't matter. So with that in mind, I submit to you whether or not I have a conflict.
Mr. Coffey, then there is nothing in your partnership with Mr. Agnew that's related to his economic interest in this project?
No. He does this over the years, and the ACES is a totally separate thing. I mean, I have no idea what his business in consulting and land use is, but it's got nothing to do with the ACES. In fact, we haven't had to write a check for the ACES for a good number of years. So that's good news.
All right. Are there any comments from Assembly members would like to make on this? All right. I will rule.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Sullivan?
I'm sorry, you probably couldn't see his screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just, and maybe Mr. Agnew, you can answer this. It was my understanding that you're working as the petitioner's representative, but are you also one of the owners of the project?
I am not.
Yeah. So you, whether it's approved or denied, I'm assuming you will get paid as the petitioner's representative if that was the role that you were playing.
That is my agreement.
Yeah. I think that separates it, Ms. Osiander, from a direct conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. That was a helpful question. I'll rule then that Mr. Coffey does not have a conflict.
Let's get it done.
And is there an objection? Seeing no objection from the body.
Okay, thank you. Return the chair to me, and we proceed. We're ready to vote on this. I have no one else in the queue. Madam Clerk, please change the machine so we can vote on the motion, on the ordinance as amended. 2008-10 as amended is now before us. Please vote. There we go. Okay. That item passes 10 yes, 1 no. Is there any reason for immediate reconsideration? No. All right. Okay. That's it. We're on to, thank you, folks. We're on to item 11. No. Let's end on 14. Hold it. What time have we got? We got 5 minutes, but let's get back to 11 quickly before the hour for the fantasies comes up. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
Move to approve AM 72, 2008.
That's 11A.
Yes, sir.
AWW Board of Directors appointment. Ms. Osiander moved. Can I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Is there any discussion on approving Mr. Boness for the AWWU Board of Directors? No one in the queue. Madam Clerk, please have us vote. Well, let me make it easy. Unanimous consent to this item?
I just started voting.
Everyone's already voted.
Oh, good. Sorry. Okay. Trying to help you out, Madam Clerk. Failure to help you out.
Mr. Bauer? Mr. Clayman? Mr. Teschke, Mr. Traney?
Yeah, we're voting on Mr. Boness's appointment.
I thought we were covering
Well, she'd already opened up the vote. Who are we missing?
Traney.
Ms. Selkrieg's absent.
Okay.
Marker absent. Not abstain, absent.
I got them. Absent.
No?
They're absent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. That passes 9 yes, 2 absent from the room. 11, we have what well, it's time. I'm sorry, I cannot see that clock.
No, we've got 7 minutes.
It's 7-2?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got 2 minutes. Bring up
11B?
11B.
I don't think there's a motion on the floor.
No, there's no motion on 11B.
Oh.
Second. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Starr moved and seconded by Mr. Sullivan to approve. This motion to approve is on the floor.
Star Sullivan? Star Sullivan?
Yeah.
Yes.
The yellow sheet.
Here.
Okay. No,
Mr. Starr.
Well, I appreciate the administration once again providing some information. However, I am not going to support approval of this purchase at this time for Several reasons. The primary discussion revolves around, for me, what's up with the recycling program and the platform equipment therein. I'd like to see that. We're talking about other concepts that are important to the whole project and the whole need to purchase equipment ahead of it, including custom cans and specialty equipment that we don't know quite how will perform for the next request that will be coming down the pike for recycling products. So in that and several others, I won't be supporting this tonight. So.
Okay. Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We strongly encourage the Assembly to endorse this. Bart can go into some of the details. This bid expires, I'm going to say within 24 hours or in the next day or so in any case. Certainly won't last until your next meeting. The effect of this is to put off the purchase of these vehicles, which are necessary for the ongoing, unamended operations of the solid waste service collections operation. This is the right equipment for this group to move forward, regardless of whether or not we embark on a recycling collections effort or not. We'd be asking you for this purchase irregardless. I know that Brian Vanderwood, the collections foreman for the Solid Waste Services Department, has spoken with a number of you, has answered a lot of questions. We're hopeful that that's responded. In addition, I'm going to distribute the recommendation from the Solid Waste and Recycling Advisory Commission, the municipality's advisory group on this subject, endorsing the purchase of these vehicles at this time. So in any case, we hope you'll act positively on this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Klayman.
I'll speak very briefly in support. I did meet with folks from Solid Waste Services, and move to this automated kind of system is really what modern cities do. It's good economically. It's good for reducing our workers' comp claims. It's good for efficient garbage collection, whether it's in a recycling context or not. And so I strongly urge the body to support this.
Ms. Johnston.
If we didn't support it tonight, would it have to go out to a completely new RFP?
Bart, do you want to answer that?
Ms. Johnson, I really don't know. The vendor did, we were right at the 45 days where we were at. We were within a couple days, and they said that they could hold the pricing through this meeting.
That's now.
If we try to extend beyond, I would just have to have the details, and it's really up to the vendor. It's not up to us. It would fall out of our hands, and it falls into their hands.
Folks, we've got to address, it's more than 5, it's 4 minutes to. If we're ready to vote, we can vote, but Ms. Selkrig, you have something in the queue? Because I'm not going to continue we're going to address fantasies. Go ahead.
I only want to comment that we had extensive testimony on this from the administration and from people who do this for a living, telling us that in fact this is the truck to get. And it seems to me that it's time to support it. I appreciate Mr. Starr's expertise in this, but I think we're getting good advice from well-trained people that are telling us this is a good choice. So I'm going to be supporting it.
Thank you. Nobody else in the queue. Let's vote, Madam Chair. Quick. Okay, please vote, everyone.
Mr. Coffey, did you vote?
I didn't. I voted.
Okay, Ms. Johnston? Ms. Osiander?
You got everybody?
Ms. Johnston? No.
Okay, that
Yes.
passes 8-3.
Mr. Chair, I'd move for immediate reconsideration, urge a no vote.
Second.
Okay. Let's go. You got to push in and not. Please do that, just for the record. Klayman, Selkrig, come on. Push. No. No.
I did.
Okay, there. It's in. It's in. It's fine. Start voting. Here we go. Immediate reconsideration. Fails 9-2. She'll have it up on the board in a minute. We're now to fantasies. I need a motion to, the only motion that's appropriate according to the clerk is a motion to override the veto. Ms. Osiander.
A move to override the veto on this matter.
Second. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to override the veto. This is special orders, folks. Okay. There is no public comment. There's no public testimony. It's a debatable item. I just need people in the queue who want to talk about it.
Are we on fantasies? Excuse me.
Mr. Birch.
I think we were all talked out on this last time, and we have received no new information. This particular license was up in front of us in December at the same location, and there was no comment from the mayor or anybody else. We haven't had any alarm bells go off from the police department outside the norm, and I think that we need to move forward with this. Thanks.
Oh, this is on clean elections. Okay, we don't. There's a piece of material coming out on clean elections. Okay, Mr. Birch, thank you. We have Mr. Teshi next. Mr. Teshi?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm amazed, absolutely amazed that Mr. Birch says that we are all talked out last time about this, when in fact there was no debate, no discussion between members whatsoever. It was Mr. Birch that called the question, and the Assembly voted this without one word of debate between members. Let's have that debate right now. Let's go back to the underlying issue of why we are concerned and why I am concerned about the question of adult entertainment in Anchorage and how strip clubs operate, and in particular, what relationship exists at all between this overriding problem and this particular application, which is before us tonight, to increase sales of alcohol at that location. About 2 hours ago, the Assembly unanimously passed a resolution endorsing Senate Bill 157. This is a piece of legislation before the Alaska legislature right now, which would increase criminal penalties for so-called human trafficking or sex-oriented trafficking. This is a species of organized crime throughout the country, throughout the world. The legislation is pending in Juneau. It's being offered by Senator Fred Dyson of Eagle River and Senator Hollis French of West Anchorage. This is a serious problem. Perhaps a representative of APD can testify or at least comment to the Assembly about their work on a local task force sponsored by the Department of Justice and convictions that that department has obtained with cooperation of the Anchorage Police Department, demonstrating that human trafficking is present in Alaska. This Anchorage Assembly has now gone on record as supporting this kind of legislation, so the problem nationwide has been established. I think the question here breaks down into several issues, and I'd like to ask representatives of the police department to come forward because I have about 2 or 3 questions of them. So if Chief Hune could come forward and perhaps some of the others.
Well, yeah, let's call them up one at a time, Chief, and if you need something from somebody else, have them come forward with you.
Okay,
go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Teshi, go ahead. I'm sorry, everybody disappeared out of my queue.
Chief, your department issued a report and a summary of police calls for service at the Fantasies location in 2006 and 2007. What are your numbers? What did you find?
Through the chair, Mr. Teshi, at the request of the municipal manager, we ran the numbers at Fantasies, and we came up with a total of, in 2006, 211 calls, and in 2007, 234 calls for service on the premises. I'd like to state that a large percentage of those were initiated by the management, to be fair. 27% in 2006, and a little over 28% in 2007.
Okay, now, when you say there were certain calls initiated by management Is there any difference to APD in terms of what it costs for the officer's time in responding to a call placed by management on one hand and a call placed to APD through some other means by somebody on the street?
No, if there's a call for service to an address, we're going to respond accordingly.
And as far as the operational impact on the department by taking an officer off the street, it doesn't really matter where that call comes from, whether it's the establishment or whether it's from somebody on the street.
The operational impact as far as taking an officer off the street is the same. There is an operational benefit to work with the management to have them call the police, as we've discussed.
Are there any examples that you can cite as to why it is preferred to have management call the police if there's a situation they cannot handle, rather than management attempting with their own security to deal with the problem on premises and not to bother the police?
Management security needs to maintain a level of credibility with the clientele. However, if there's a law that's being broken, other than a minor disturbance or a loud discussion, where management security can exercise appropriate control over the clientele, we would encourage that. However, if there's a law that's broken, we encourage management to contact the police so we can respond accordingly.
Okay. The next area of questions is alcohol is served in that building at this time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any relationship that you can see between the calls for police service and alcohol served on the premise? And what I'm getting at is, before the Assembly is a narrow and focused decision, and that is whether or not to add an additional premises in that building that will serve an additional 83 patrons. Would you expect that to have any effect on the number of calls for police service, up or down?
Generally, when we go to a premise where alcohol is dispensed, we find that there are more police calls. This building, there are two businesses, two enterprises co-located at the same address. And with the clientele, the age grouping of the clientele that is generally there, we respond there more often than we might respond to other places.
So it would be safe to say that if we approve this license, if we override the mayor's veto, the amount of police calls expected from that premises will go up.
I can only tell you factually that it is our experience that when alcohol is served and there's a clientele that is such as the clientele that frequents these premises, there's a good chance that the calls for service will increase.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I have a couple of questions of the Chief Fiscal Officer, but then I'd like to get back to the Chief. If the questions of the Chief Fiscal Officer could be taken now, it'll make more sense, but I have a couple more for the Chief.
Yeah, I understand. Would it make sense to allow others to question the Chief first?
I'm sorry. At this time?
And then you go back to then come back to you and then back to the Chief? I don't care.
The questions of the Chief Fiscal Officer would be very short, but whatever.
Go ahead and ask them. Let's proceed. You got the floor, Mr. Teshi, but,
Thank you.
Others don't go too far, Chief.
Yeah, to the Chief Fiscal Officer, there's a document that I have here, and this is a cost analysis of police costs at Fantasies on 5th. Did you prepare this?
Yes, this document was prepared today.
And could you just explain the bottom line on the spreadsheet on page 2?
Yes, this document tries to estimate the difference between the tax revenue collected by this property versus the cost for the police calls to the same property. And what it shows is that even after applying tax revenues, there is a net outflow of resources to this particular site.
In your calculations, you have a line there for the cost per call. at $500. Where did you get that?
That was obtained from the Office of Management and Budget today. It was their best estimate of the per-call cost.
And in fact, is that the same number that we use in the municipal code section, or Title 8.80 on excessive use of police services for crack houses?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. Now, if I understand this, the 2008 estimated is about $84,000 a year, and that's deducting or taking out the revenue from taxes. Now, that $169,000 in the next column, is that if the license is approved?
That is our best estimate of the increase in costs to the municipality if the license is approved. Yes, sir.
And that would come from the police department budget, is that correct?
At this point, yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if I could, I will yield to questions from members of the Assembly of either the chief or the chief fiscal officer on these points. I had a couple of other points with the chief, but I'll yield.
Mr. Teshi, I'm going to try to make sure everybody gets a chance in the queue.
Absolutely.
So could you finish up your questions for the chief, and then we can let everybody else have their shot, and then we can come back to second round of questions.
Okay, Chief, as I mentioned earlier, we passed a resolution unanimously tonight on human trafficking and strip clubs and supporting SB 157. Does your department have any particular expertise in the area of human trafficking, and has your department been involved in the Department of Justice Task Force?
Through the chair, Mr. Teshi, yes, there is expertise on the department, and we are involved in that task force.
If you or a representative of your department could answer this question, it would be, I think, very helpful, given the position that we have taken on human trafficking. Is there any relationship between the greater problem of human trafficking and strip clubs as they are operated in Anchorage?
Through the chair, Mr. Teshi, I believe Sergeant Lacey could answer that in greater detail as a member of the Human Trafficking Task Force, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Lacey.
Go ahead.
We do have information that strip clubs and alcohol are related to human trafficking, sex trafficking in particular.
How so?
Anytime you have alcohol and you have a sex industry where women are taking off their clothes, there is a correlation to possible recruitment of victims from those areas.
Thank you very much. I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman.
I just have some questions for Chief Hune.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sullivan. Hang on a second, Mr. Klayman.
In the interest of time, I'm going to have questions for the chief and for, I'm sorry, I don't know your rank.
Sergeant Lacey,
Sergeant
sir.
Lacey as well. Could you all just, in the interest of time, just stay close so you're not going back and forth? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Klayman, questions of the chief.
I had asked the department to provide statistics on what I understood to be the other three strip clubs in town, the Bush Company, the Crazy Horse, PJ's, as well as Fantasies, and those were distributed, I believe, to the body. I think everybody received them because they were distributed at the work session on Friday. I can make copies and distribute them, but it's my general understanding that the calls for each of the last 3 years to Fantasies, there are more calls to Fantasies in total than to all the other three clubs combined.
That's correct, Mr. Klayman.
And any thoughts from a public safety perspective in terms of why Fantasies is getting so many more calls than the other three clubs?
Through the chair, Mr. Klayman, as I mentioned before, there's two enterprises located at that same address. They're co-located. They have Club Elixir and Fantasies at the single address, and our computer-aided dispatch, when we respond to that location, doesn't differentiate whether it's Club Elixir, which is the alcohol club, or Fantasies, which is the non-alcoholic exotic dancer club. The other reason, I'll be frank with you, the clientele, as I mentioned before, by age, you're looking at a demographic that, in my experience, we deal with more often than you would an older demographic, and there's a younger demographic mixing it up at that location.
So there's, you would think, some reason to find that if we take out the what we call an underage strip club, but an 18 to 20-year-old strip club, that may result just in that change alone to reducing the number of police calls.
Through the chair, Mr. Klayman, I can't say that. What I can say is that an non-adult strip club has far less regulation on it than a place where there is beverage dispensed under state law.
All right. And then the I had one more question, but I can't remember what it is, so I'll pass.
We can come back to you, Mr. Klayman, if you want.
I have questions for the chief as well.
Mr.
Oh, no?
Mr. Trainey's next, then Ms. Selfridge. Mr.
Thank you, Chief. It's good to have this information before we made our decision last time. It's even better to have you here now. Question, I say that on this report, they had 23 attempts for people under the age of 21 to buy alcohol. Now, those 21 go away, don't they, if in fact all they have there is a full beverage dispensary license? Because it seems like there's some synergy between an 18 to 21-year-old club. At the same time, you've got an adult club.
If I follow your question correctly, Mr. Trainey, with the under 21 people being stopped and seeing that number diminish if they go to a full-service beverage dispensary, I believe there, as I mentioned before, there are more controls on a full beverage dispensary, and the premises has a lot more on the line if they do serve to under 21. And we have operations where we go by and we check on that kind of stuff.
Okay. And I remember in detail reading when we had your report the last time, in a couple of cases, security checked people at the door, found drugs on them, and security said they were going to confiscate the drugs and turn them into the police department for disposal. Do you have any evidence that ever happened?
Through the chair, Mr. Trainey, I can tell you that there has been a case where we were told that drugs were confiscated, but they were not turned into us. But if you look at the calls for service, and when we have retrieved drugs from that premise, the reports have been made and the drugs have been put into evidence.
Are the people there trained what to do if they take drugs from somebody trying to come in, the pat down? Are they taught what the law requires them to do with those drugs, which is, I assume, to call the police department?
I would hope that, through the chair, Mr. Trainey, the APD does not train those folks. That would be the club's responsibility. We have had conversations with Ms. Hartman in the past, particularly with Deputy Chief Plummer, in terms of what expectations are. And when we have had incidents, one particularly that Lieutenant Cook was involved in, there was some conversation with security at the club.
Thank you, Chief. Just a quick question for our Chief Fiscal Officer. Do you have the breakdown? I see you've got one here, cost per call. Do you have the same breakdown for the other strip clubs and the Alaska Bush Company? So we can tell if they're the same or higher cost per call, ma'am?
No, sir, but if we were to create something similar like this for the Bush Company, I would believe it would be reasonable that the cost per call would be estimated to be approximately the same.
Okay. Are they larger than this one is, or?
Larger in terms of dollar amount?
In terms of the amount of clients they can handle.
I've never been inside. So
Neither have I, so that's the reason I'm asking. You're supposed to be the expert. You're our Chief Fiscal Officer. Okay. Chief, one question more for you. They're off limits to the military. Is that still the status with them, or are they now off the ban list from the military?
Sergeant Lacey was working with it. As far as I know, it's still off limits. I believe there's conversations going on with management regarding that, though.
Sergeant Lacey, are they still on or off?
It's my understanding they're still off, and they're deliberating on a decision. Military is.
Now, was one of the requirements for them to get off the ban list that they had to do away with the teen club? The military had some problems with having the teen club and the alcohol club.
That was one of the issues, yes.
So if we do approve this license, that will go a long way towards getting them off that list. Is that correct?
They had other concerns as well, and I'm not sure where they're weighing each one of those concerns.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Sergeant. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Selkrig.
I have some questions for the chief as well. I sat down and visited with you last week regarding this because I was concerned about the many allegations that were kind of floating around, and I was appreciative of the fact that you went through things with me pretty clearly. And it's my understanding that there is no human trafficking investigation underway currently for Fantasy. Is that correct?
There is no, through the chair, Ms. Selkrig, there is no human trafficking investigation currently underway for Fantasies.
And so when I spoke with you, I wanted to know if there was anything unique about Fantasies in terms of the kinds of calls that you were called on. And you told me that that actually what you see in clubs like Fantasy and at Fantasies is a higher number of vice calls. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Selkrig, I can tell you this from my experience, that when you have exotic dancers, strippers, there will naturally be more vice calls or those types of situations coming about.
And the information that Mr. Clayman provided us indicated that Fantasies is at 525 calls a year, in contrast to the other clubs that were at 227, 109. These are totals in 150, over 3 years, I'm sorry, and 158. So Fantasies was well over twice the other calls. And you did indicate that that was for both clubs.
That's correct. Fantasies is the non-alcoholic club.
Right.
And
I'm
Club
sorry.
Elixir is the alcohol. That's
so
correct.
if
There's
we, but we would assume that if you expanded the alcohol to both floors, that there would be some calls. I mean, that even if you got rid of all the underage calls, you would still be generating new calls because you've got that additional space. I mean, you're talking about more people in there, so you would assume that it wouldn't be it's not like cutting the calls in half that you'd be expecting.
Ms. Selkrig, I can't make those assumptions. I can tell you that the more alcohol that is served to more people, the more time the cops show up.
Right. And so what I'm seeing is that's a high number. I mean, I'm impressed with the large number compared to other places. And so thank you. I think I had one other question. Have you met with the military regarding why this site is off limits?
Sergeant Lacey was our representative with the military there.
Come on, let's get up here and answer that if you can, Mr. Sergeant Lacey.
And are you under the impression that that is going to be immediately resolved? Have you got any impression about how that's unfolding?
I do not know. I know that they have taken it under deliberation, but I don't know how long it will take them to make a decision.
Does it have anything to do with violence, or have you got it?
Several of their concerns were that the security guards at the club were armed. That was probably one of their strongest issues. They were involved in an undercover drug investigation that was going on in the club. That was another one of their issues. And then the strip club was the...
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Ms. Osiander?
Fantasies is another one of those topics that I think has been here for a long, long time. We started talking about Fantasies when they came up for that remodel, and at the time I discovered that there were a whole lot of restrictions that were in place for strip clubs that served alcohol that were not in place for underage strip clubs. And if you recall, we had a lot of going back and forth and investigation, and we came up with imposing this physical separation for lap dances, because the adult clubs had that and the juveniles didn't. And I thought, all right, one step forward, and then we were upheld in court. And now they're back again, and it's been before us now for, 3 months. And so there have been a lot of conversations and phone calls and reading, and I've learned way too much on this topic. I'm talking in general. I don't have a specific question for the chief right now. All right, my understanding and my desire is to get rid of underage strip clubs. I believe they're problematic. I believe that they cause a lot of situations to areas surrounding them and people who frequent them, that it's to the benefit of this city to move away from them. I believe that a liquor license is regulated and there is oversight, both financial and a structure in place at the state level, and it's formalized enough, even in city code, that we're going to be able to have better eyes on this operation. That is the main reason I've supported this, and frankly, still think it's the right vote to take. There's been some material provided to us from Mr. Teshi that talks about how bad strip clubs are. I take no exception to that. I agree with him. I don't like strip clubs. If I could push a button and make strip clubs disappear, I would gladly push that button, but I don't see a legal way to do that. And this particular issue before us is not vote no if you like strip clubs or don't like strip clubs. This is instead, to me, a vote to basically allow more regulation into a business that, frankly, has not been regulated enough. I appreciate the police report. I read thoroughly, I thought, the police report when we got it the first time, and I read it again the second time. I think, personally, a lot of those calls came because we've got this underage strip club right next to an alcoholic establishment, and I want it to go away. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 7 people in the queue. Mr. Sullivan. I would ask that if you want to speak a second time, you let me pick those who haven't spoken yet so that they at least get a bite of the apple in the next half hour. Mr. Sullivan?
Thank you, Chief. If you could come back again, please. You're going to get your leg workout today. It's your understanding that what's in front of us today is a very simple question of a conditional use permit, which is a land use question regarding items such as parking and ingress and egress, and is there sufficient space to do the business that's anticipated. That's your understanding. What's in front of us today is not the license, it's the conditional use permit.
Through the Chair, Mr. Sullivan, that's correct.
Okay. And is it your understanding that the approval of this conditional use permit moves Club Elixir, which has a beverage dispensary license, into the space formerly occupied by a non-alcoholic club known as Fantasies?
Through the Chair, Mr. Sullivan, I don't know if they're going to change the name, but basically the space that is now occupied by Fantasies will be allowed to dispense alcohol.
Very good. And the net result of that is, I guess, is our mutual understanding that this will essentially eliminate the teen strip club at that location.
That's my understanding.
That's my understanding too, Chief. Anecdotally, and just, I have a sense, and I've gotten actually a couple emails from folks who have attended these clubs, and the point they made to me was that they see the majority of the problem, which I believe you've echoed, as the mix of age groups. And when they go out in the parking lot and they see the bottles and this and that, it's not from the people at the 21 and over club because they can drink legally upstairs. It's more from the underage folks who are in a setting that allows them to, be at a strip club, but since they can't drink, a lot of that's happening outside the club. And that is one of the reasons that you're seeing some of this call generation that may be a little bit greater. Anyway, the bottom line is the mix of age groups seems to be the real conflict there. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Sullivan, that's one fair point to make. But I will say also that to discount any of the problems we've had from Club Elixir would not be correct either.
Okay. But but it's almost hard to say because since they're not separate, we don't really know what interaction is causing what kind of stuff, whether underage kids are getting into a fight with the older ones. I mean, it's just a bad mix. I guess we could agree on that.
I'd agree.
I'd agree. And it doesn't sound like there's any way to really separate the calls in terms of which were generated by fantasies and which by Elixir. I mean, some you can, but it doesn't look like we received data that was really clear that these are Elixir-only calls and these are fantasy-only calls.
We would have to go through every report.
Yeah. Yeah. And so what this brings me to is in December 18th, we approved the Club Elixir liquor license renewal without objection. In fact, it passed on the consent agenda without anyone pulling it, without any discussion by this body, and without any comment from the department. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, when we approved that, and I've reviewed it, and it didn't look to me, in fact, I couldn't find any significant ABC violations in that report. Is that correct?
Nothing came through me, Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah, very good. So I guess the point in these questions is just simply to establish that the Club Elixir liquor portion, while it may have problems, I think it's because you've got a mix of two different age groups. And I think that once it is, as Ms. Osiander said, a standalone club with a very valuable liquor license at risk, that we're going to see a change in what happens at that location. It's not going to be perfect, but I think it's going to be better. Quick question for Sergeant Lacey, if I could. Thank you, Chief. You were asked the question whether or not there's an investigation going on about trafficking at either Fantasies or Club Elixir. I'd like to ask that question a little bit different. Do you have evidence of any trafficking at Fantasies or Club Elixir?
No, I do not.
So an investigation is a formal procedure, but you could have evidence and not particularly go into investigation mode, but you have nothing that would lead you to believe there's any of that kind of behavior at these facilities.
Correct.
Thank you. No other questions, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you. A lot of those questions that I had have been asked. But Sergeant Lacey, I'm sorry. Hi. And that's sort of where I was going to. I was very interested to see if you had any ties, criminal or human trafficking to Fantasies, and your answer was no.
That's correct.
Now, we've been bringing up other clubs around town. Do you have any evidence of human trafficking in other clubs?
The evidence that I have is based on the case we just concluded this month, a federal case that we worked with the FBI and our task force worked on, and that evidence is at least 5 of the women that testified that they were recruited out of strip clubs here in Anchorage.
Okay. And none particular to the Fantasies?
Correct.
Okay. Can you, just for my own benefit, how many arrests were made in the last 2 years concerning human trafficking pertaining to that?
In the last 2 years,
06, 07.
One, we just started the task force within this last year, and we have just recently passed human trafficking laws. There have not been strong human trafficking laws here in Anchorage. So we made the case I just talked about in February, and that's the first person in the state of Alaska that actually has been charged with human trafficking.
And, of course, you're working with the federal government on
Correct.
this, too, and ICE?
Yes.
Okay. They've had 5 in 3 years, 5 arrests. Were you aware of that?
No, I was not aware of that.
Well, basically, you can't answer my third question. You know, I was kind of saying how many women have been saved since then, but you've only had one particular case you've been involved in.
Right, and that's sex trafficking. When you discuss human trafficking, you're also talking about labor, which wouldn't come to the attention of the Anchorage Police Department.
Is there any particular characteristic of the perpetrators who are doing this type of crime that you can educate us on?
In sex trafficking?
In human trafficking, yes. Since this was brought up as one of the issues.
I'm not sure of the question. Can you rephrase it?
Characteristics of the perpetrators, is there any specifics to the type of individual that does this type of work?
And I can only speak to the one case that we have, that we just prosecuted, and in particular, they look for vulnerable victims to recruit.
And these are local people?
Correct.
Okay. See, relating to, I guess this is not a question for you. Thank you, Sergeant Lacey. There was a document that was put out, and I'm not sure where it came from. It's called Calls for Service. Everybody see this?
It's the one with Fantasies written in the upper right-hand corner?
Right,
yeah.
right. This is from you, Chief?
If it's Calls for Service that has 1911 East 5th Avenue?
This one?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. This is from you?
That's correct, Ms. Bauer.
Okay. And then The other pages that follow, they're from you also?
That's correct, Mr.
Okay,
Brown.
so in the 2 years, you've only had 11 arrests at that site out of the 400 calls for service?
That's not necessarily what we did. We didn't track arrests. We tracked the calls for service.
Okay.
And many of these calls for service could have eventually led to arrests.
Okay, because I have, the document here is telling me that there's only been 11 officer
Where's
arrests.
that, Mr. Bauer? Help.
Page 3 of the document, summary of the APD bar file.
Mr. Bauer, if I can clarify, that's arrests that are made on the scene as a result of the concurrent to the call for service.
Gotcha.
Right. Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. Mr. Klayman, you remembered your question.
I did. Actually, a different question came, and somebody else asked the first question I had. And this is more for the administration. I think, Mr. Weaver, is it within our power to approve not an open-ended conditional use, but grant a one-year conditional use permit?
Not now. It's override or not. We can't do that now.
Well, I understand we may not be able to do that now, but the question about whether to vote to override may be influenced by the answer to this question.
Mr. Weaver?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Klayman, under 2150-160D, it says the Assembly may, in connection with the approval of a conditional use permit under this section, which is for alcohol, impose such special terms and conditions or modify existing conditions governing operations of that license as is in the public interest and are consistent with the purpose of this title. The Planning Commission does have time limitations on certain types of conditional uses. From my recollection, this would be the first time for an alcohol conditional use if time limitations were imposed, but you do have the authority to do that.
Mr. Klayman.
Thank you.
Mr. Begich, Mayor Begich.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a comment. Thanks. I thought I pushed withdraw. I was going to wait.
Well, thank you. We'll take off.
Let you guys continue on, and I'll jump in.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have some questions for Carol Hartman.
Well, let's see if anybody else has got anything for the chief while he's here so we can get the officers done. Is that okay? Let me have Ms. Selcraig up and then nothing further. Mr. Teshi, anything more from the chief?
Not of the chief, but of the municipal attorney.
Okay, well, let me come back to you and make sure nobody else has got anything for the chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does anybody have anything else for the chief? Just the chief, so we can get him here and then he doesn't have to walk back and forth. Since no one else has anything on the chief, I do. Mr. Chief, if you could come up. And this is on the one that's Fantasies, calls for service, 1911 East Fifth Avenue.
Got it.
Okay. I went to page 4, and it said there's 411 calls, which is 183 in 1 year and 218 in another year, so a total of 411. It's the very bottom of the 4th page. Very bottom of the 4th page.
With all due respect, Mr. Coffey, I've got one page for calls for service on Fantasies.
I'm sorry, this is not the page. It's the narrative inside.
Oh, got it.
4th page of that package.
What question number, sir?
Okay. At the bottom, it says 411 total CFS, calls for service, both years. And then it says 259 don't pertain to business. You with me?
No, I'm not. I don't believe I have
You
that.
have the document that you started out and says calls for service at 1911 East Fifth Avenue. And we have Fantasies written on it.
Carol Hartman submitted that, not the chief.
Oh, the chief.
I have a different one that says 1911 East Fifth.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
All right. So this, I'm sorry, see, Mr. Bauer asked if this was your document, and I assumed that it was.
And I'm looking at one that looks like it.
Huh?
I'm looking at my own here
Which
with that
is-
heading up top.
Could you just show me? I'm
You betcha.
sorry for the confusion. What it looks like on the top. That's different. Have you seen this? Let me see yours. Well, the numbers aren't even the same. Okay, I don't know. All right. Okay, I'm sorry. There was some confusion on the numbers. this information said that 259 of the calls did not pertain to the business, which would mean that 152 did. And the reason that struck me, and I'll say this, is because when I read the police report we got on January 8th, in the first conditional use package, it had 151 calls reported. I counted them. And since I had 151 versus 152, I thought, well, it's easy for me to have miscounted by one. And if that were the case, then my thought was, if that's 151, or call it 150 in 2 years, it's 75 a year, which is 6 a month, which is substantially different than the numbers reported. And that's the only reason I asked the question. Do you know about whether or not some of these calls do not pertain to the business?
I can tell you, like, for instance, when we have DUIs arrested, if it's arrested in front of the business, then it doesn't matter where the person's been drinking. If that's where we respond to in front of the business, that's still a call for service to the business. We also vet the calls when we look at our numbers to make sure that there's not concurrent calls for service called in that would pertain to the same incident. We don't want to, for instance, one of the calls went from...
Okay. Thank you.
We've vetted some calls through this. These numbers that were received in response to the municipal manager's request from me, we vetted all those calls to make sure that none of those calls were concurrent to the same incident.
Yeah, so it's just one call per
That's
one
correct,
incident.
where we might get 5 911 calls or something.
But
So
we've
just
had
that-
this.
Just so that we're clear, this document, which we received tonight, is not what the chief
No, I
sent.
understand.
I know, but I want to make sure the rest of the body understands.
I thought they did. I just said
This
that.
came from Fantasies, and then the stuff that came from the police department, which doesn't look like everybody has, I'm asking them to make copies so everybody has that.
We have. Thank you.
Some people don't seem to have it.
Okay.
Well, and what's interesting is that apparently it's not only is this document not from the police, it doesn't reflect what the police intended, based on what
That's fine.
the chief has.
Thank you, Ms. Selkirk. Now that I was interrupted, I lost my train. To the degree that we use locations as indicia of issues, I mean, that's a problem we've had over time. I remember years ago when the hub was there, they'd send them to the hub, whether it was a public inebriate on the street or something, just it was a descriptor of a way to get to where the problem was.
That's correct.
All right. Okay. Do you have any idea the degree to which that is, this place here?
As I mentioned earlier, we would have to go through every report.
Too much.
And we're not on...
Here's my last question for you. If this was problematic, and we have our ordinance that says, Chief, if there's some reason why it shouldn't be renewed, come tell us. And now, but we didn't hear anything, right, at renewal time?
There was nothing about Club Elixir that stood out, and there's nobody who came to me, as they can do, regarding Club Elixir's dispensary license.
Okay. So there was nothing that triggered that action from the APD, from yourself?
There's nothing that triggered that action when that liquor license was up for consideration.
And I would imagine that 2 months ago at renewal time, it wasn't substantially different than what it is today in terms of the incident reports.
That's a good assumption.
All right. Thank you.
You bet.
Now I have, is that it for the chief? And I mean, there may be one more, but generally everybody's satisfied here. Mr. Trainee, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sergeant Lacey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak to Carol Hartman for a minute.
Okay. Ms. Hartman, are you here? Here she is. Come on down, please.
Thank you for being here, Carol.
Good
Problem
evening.
we
Just
have.
pull it down. It comes right down to you. There you go.
Thanks. Problem we have, we've got a teen strip club with an adult club, and it seems they feed on each other when it comes to police reports. Now, you do not have a teen club license currently, is that correct? I think the one you have expired on the 10th of February, 2008.
Yes, but it's the wrong date. We had to go down and we've had a problem getting these adult-oriented business licenses. And when we had filed for it, and it's supposed to expire in March.
Okay.
The year before when they
the one
gave
I got
one,
from the clerk's office said 10 February 2008.
I realize that, but I have, they should have a copy of the application too. It goes from year to year.
Okay.
The previous one we got in 2006 was dated from March to October. And I called them up and said, this is only for 6 months. And they said, don't worry about it. You're good.
When did they tell you that?
back in 2006 when they issued the other one. The first one we got was in February, and it wasn't issued until August of that year.
So do you still have a teen club going on currently as we speak?
Yes.
Okay. I know you guys want to get off the banned list. And from what I can see from the military documents that we were given, it almost seems to be a strange little circle. They want you to stop having a teen club to get off the list. But if we don't give you this adult beverage, then you still have to have the teen club.
Right.
So it just seems it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If we don't give you the liquor license, it keeps you on that banned list.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Just one question. I asked the chief about your security, checking for drugs when they pat people down. There was one case that I remember where they didn't call the police with the drugs. They told the individual, we'll destroy them. Have you guys corrected that? Because they should call the police when they
Yes,
find them.
and that had happened more than once. That is only the one time that the police actually were there and knew about it. But we had caught people with drugs before and took them away, and we called the police and stuff too, but they told us to quit calling them with all these little insignificant amounts. They didn't have time to deal with it. They didn't want to write the reports. And so we did. They were like, we would call them when we'd find 1.5 ecstasy pills, and I can show you the incident reports. We've got photographs of them and everything else, and we destroyed them.
Okay.
Then when this happened, they said, oh, no, it's against the law. You cannot do that.
Okay.
So immediately they get called and they get turned in.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Selcraig.
I'd like the chief to come up, just in reference to the last statement.
Don't leave, Ms. Hartman.
Chief, does that sound like a police policy or a local policy where you would tell people if it isn't? Could you respond to that, please?
Ms. Selcraig, no, it doesn't. In fact, Ms. Hartman, I would really appreciate the name of the officer or the person who told you that, because that is not how we do our business.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, as long as you're up here.
I'm not done. But not just with the chief. I've been wanting to get to some other things.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Selcraig.
Mine is not for Ms. Hartman. Do you want me to wait in line after Ms. Hartman?
No, go ahead.
That was the first thing. I want to address both Mr. Trainey's line of questioning and also Ms. Osiander's line of questioning, and that is that there is an apparent sense on both of their parts that the teenage club, and also I believe Mr. Sullivan referenced this, is not desirable, and a way to get the teenage strip club is not a desirable activity, and one of the ways to get rid of it or to improve the outcomes in terms of the behaviors around this club is to get rid of the teen club and expand the alcohol section. And it seems to me that if we're not happy with teen strip clubs, and if we don't like the behavior or the idea of teen strip clubs, we ought to be talking about that, and we ought to be able to address that by saying if we don't think they're appropriate in this community, then let's not do them. That's different than saying, gosh, we don't like a teen strip club, and so the way to not have a teen strip club is to expand or double the size of a adult entertainment place that has liquor. It seems like fuzzy thinking to me. And, I'm going to be voting against this, and I'm hoping we're going to move on, and I'm just going to go through my reasons and then not take the opportunity to speak again tonight. But one, we've heard that first of all, I voted for this a couple weeks ago. But since that time, I've been contacted by numerous citizens who have great concerns about expanding fantasy. And also, I have a lot more information than I had. I had no idea it was costing us $160,000 a year in terms of police enforcement at this location. And I think that it's going to be an issue for me as new licenses come before us. I mean, I think that this is a serious issue for us in the community. I don't think we want to be subsidizing fantasy or any other adult club. It's expensive, and we just got done talking about the importance of tax dollars in terms of our labor contracts. Those same tax dollars are important in terms of basically subsidizing places that serve liquor and have problems in terms of their parking lots and police response time. So secondly, I was not as clear about why the military wasn't participating or allowing their people to come to this or their soldiers to attend this. And the fact that the military is concerned about an undercover drug operation and looking into undercover drugs in fantasies does concern me. Also, that they are concerned about violence in the parking lots and violence at the place, and the fact that there are guns on guards. I think those are legitimate concerns. Finally, I've been contacted by the community council, the Fairview Community Council, that have expressed concern, and I generally feel like, in the end, I'm going to support the mayor's veto because I do think there's new information, and I don't feel like this establishment is a stellar establishment. I have my doubts about it, and my hunch is that they're here because they lost the Supreme Court case and they just need another avenue to increase revenues. So thanks. That'll be all I'll have to say on this evening.
Okay, we got, no, what time is it, Madam Clerk? 5 more minutes. No, I'm asking the clerk.
11.
Cut off at 5 minutes to 11. We're going to vote at 5 minutes to 11. That's what I
Mr.
said
Chairman, I
earlier.
punched in.
I'm sorry. I know. I've got people punched in. Mr. Traney?
Thank you. Jacqueline, I asked Carol Hartman a few minutes ago if she had a license for fantasies for an adult, for a dance club, for teen strip club. She said she was told she has one. In fact, does she currently have one, or did it expire on 10 February of this year? Turn your microphone on so we can get you on the record.
It expired on the 11th of February.
So if they're running a business now, they do not have a valid license for adult entertainment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Carol?
I don't quite know how to answer that. Oh, I filled out the application. I sent the thing in. I have copies. I don't believe I have it with me. I might. I have about that much paperwork. But the year before, it went from March. It goes from March to March. Like I said, that one that they issued was from March to October. We never got another one from October to the following March because they said, don't worry about it. We'll mark it down and it's no problem because they are for 1 year. And when my son went in to get this one, he took the paperwork down there. They said the same thing. Oh, this will be good till then. And they said, no, this is the one that we filled out. That's supposed to be from March of 07. We never received the license. So it should be good till March of Actually, I think if you look at it, it says it expired the day before they gave it to us.
Mr. Traney?
Nothing else, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, thank you. Just in quick response to Ms. Selcraig's comments about, gee, why don't we just wave our wand and get rid of establishments like this? A year or two into my first term on the Assembly, I amended the code to include establishments like this under the adult establishment laws because by hook or crook, about a decade earlier, it had been consciously omitted so that teen strip clubs did not even have to get a license. Right. And so in doing the research on finding out what it took to put an adult establishment where the age is 18 to 21, adult cabarets, did extensive research and found out that the expression is protected by the Supreme Court as free speech. You can't just wave a magic wand and eliminate them. You can establish community standards, but again, it's not going to happen. You can just simply eliminate them by ordinance or by fiat. It has held up under court many times that this is protected speech. What you can do, again, is establish standards and licensing, and that's what I did by putting them under the licensing regulations. And again, so that was the one victory I could get on that was the licensing part, but again, I also respect the rights of free speech because the Supreme Court said so.
Mr. Sullivan, close to time. We're running Mr. Klayman, then Mr. Teshi. Mr. Klayman?
The courts have consistently told us that we must tolerate strip clubs, and that is inconsistent with the feelings of probably 90 or 95% of the community who would rather not have them. But the courts tell us we must tolerate them, but that does not mean we must abandon strict scrutiny of how they operate. The information that came out since the last hearing is the information on the other 3 strip clubs in town, how much fewer calls they have than happens at Fantasies. I recognize that we must tolerate strip clubs, but I think the number of calls that are going to Fantasies for whatever reason are too many. And so my perspective on this is that I will not vote to override this veto. I think it is appropriate for us at the next session to consider a one-year conditional use permit so they come back to us in a year and we see how their numbers compare to comparable institutions. I do not think with the record before us that they have shown they're responsible to operate in this way. And I would note that although they are calling many of these calls themselves, I view it as if my neighbor was calling the police every Friday and Saturday night because the kids were out of control. At some point, they've got to get their own house in order. And the number of calls I see here suggest, and the military not allowing their personnel on base, suggest this business does not have its house in order. Do I think we should give them a chance to do so? Yes. Do I think it should be a regular conditional use permit? No. It needs to be a one-year permit so they can come back in a year and we can see how they're doing and reevaluate things. And so I will not vote to support the veto.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Teshi, go
Yeah.
ahead. I'm going to cut it off very quickly, but go ahead, sir.
Yes, I'll talk to the municipal attorney. I have a question of the municipal attorney. Section 2, line 20 of the resolution passed by the Assembly says all uses shall conform to the plans and narrative submitted with the conditional use. And then I pointed out the narrative itself on page 028, which candidly indicated that 030, that the applicant will provide entertainment or environmental conditions in the facility that will meet the definitions of indecent material or adult entertainment as set forth in AMC 8.05.420, minors disseminating indecent material, or AMC 10.40.050, adult-oriented establishments. Finally, I pointed out section 7 on line 18, page 2. Section 4, line 21, page 2, that says failure to comply with the conditions of this conditional use permit shall constitute grounds for its notification or revocation. Have you looked at those sections, Mr. Reeves?
Yes, Mr. Teshi.
Do we have a problem in that what we approved on February 12th in passing AR 2008 is that not only are we allowing the strip club, but we are requiring a matter of law in this community?
Mr. Teshi, I'm sorry. The motion is order of the day. The order of the day was at 10:55 we would vote.
Did I get an answer to my question? I had the floor before that was called. That is a non-interruptible motion. In other words, he cannot interrupt somebody that has the floor making that motion.
No, you can. You can make a motion for order of the day at any time. I forget what the word of the motion is, but
that
Robert says
that cannot take precedence over a member that has the floor and is speaking as I was,
yes,
Mr. Chairman.
It can only be made when no other privileged motion is pending.
And
the order of the day is not respected. My ruling is the order of the day said we'd vote at 10:55. It's 10:55.
I object to not having an opinion from the municipal attorney on this issue.
Objection noted.
Mr. Chairman, I respectfully appeal from the decision of the chair.
Okay. We have an order of the day. I'm going to honor what we said earlier. I asked everybody. I told them we're going to allow an hour. We allowed an hour. It's 3 minutes to 11. We have to deal with this tonight, so I'm going to deal with it tonight. Mr. Mayor, you have no, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be very brief because
Okay, we'll get to audience participation. I'm sorry. Right now, I've got to deal with this. Mr. Begich, please, because I'm going to cut you off in about 30 seconds.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to be criticized for not jumping in, but let me just say that I would ask the indulgence, let Mr. Reeves just respond to that one question and then
That's all I want, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, stop a second. Everybody. If Mr. Reeves can answer it in 30 seconds or less and no follow-up by Mr. Teshi so we can vote before 11, I will allow it. Can you do it in 30 seconds or less?
Yes.
Answer.
Yes.
Okay, the answer is yes. Fine. Mr. Teshi, that's it. Let's vote. Please put it up for voting. Override the veto is the motion. A yes overrides, a no does not. Please vote. That passes 8-3. The veto is overridden. Thank you. We're now at 2 minutes to 11. I'd like to go to audience. I think the next thing is audience participation. No, somebody moved it. Let this
Move
lady.
to extend the meeting strictly for audience participation, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Madam, we've accommodated you. Please come forward and talk to us. Thank you for waiting so long.
I wish to say one thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Teshi, for butting in, for helping and saying, that we needed some hearings here. People didn't know about this. I didn't know about it. You made a statement a while ago. It says when you vote that you vote in the public interest. This is not in the public interest. And I would like to know why all of you feel that this is for the good of Anchorage and our families, our children, our grandchildren. No way.
I'll gladly answer.
You're making a big mistake. We have a big, serious crime rate going on in this town, and this isn't going to help it one bit. Not one bit. And I'll remember all of your names when I go to vote. Thank you.
Hold it. You asked for an explanation. Mr. Sullivan volunteered. Would you like to hear?
I believe, and I think my colleagues who voted yes concur, that eliminating a teen strip club right next to an alcohol-serving facility is a good thing for this community. It's not, a problem solver that is going to cure all of our society ills, but eliminating that teen strip club from being right next to that bar is a good thing.
Okay, so there's only going to be one license down there? Is that what you're telling me?
You'll have one licensed establishment, and it won't be a teen strip club.
Mr. Teshi, that's what I thought.
It's one business. It's just a two-story business,
It
ma'am.
doesn't make it.
No, it's one license.
Hold it, folks. Hold it.
Hold
Hold it. Please, everybody. Please, come on. It's 11. There's all the issues about duplicate licenses and all that. Ma'am, the clerk says we need your name for the record. Could you please?
My name is Lois Swanberg.
Thank you, ma'am.
I've lived here for 40 years, and this is the worst I've ever seen it.
We will adjourn shortly, I believe, and if you would like, I think some people would be happy to talk to you if you'd like to wait. If not, that's fine. It's your choice. Is there anything else before the body? We move to continue to allow for this to happen. There's nothing else.
Move to adjourn.
We're adjourned.